Chapter 34-35. Your Majesty, why are you looking for our Heavenly Emperor? The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang asked respectfully. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was not a match for the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Based on the Heavenly Emperor's tone, it was clear the old man did not come with good intentions. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven had offended the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, he would have to leave the sect as soon as possible to avoid being implicated. I'll settle the score with her, Feng Qingyang said indifferently. Although Feng Qingyang's divine consciousness could cover the entire Luo River sect and the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Luo River Heaven, he did not know Situ Zhu Qing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. He could only detect how many 10 Directions Celestial Emperors there were in the Luo River sect. Although there were not many 10 Directions Celestial Emperors in the Luo River sect, there were still quite a number of them. Apart from those who did not come out, more than half of the people here were 10 Directions Celestial Emperors. For this reason, he was not certain who the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was. The old man's eyes widened. It seemed like he had guessed correctly. She'll die today? When the others looked at Feng Qingyang anxiously, their expressions changed drastically when they heard Feng Qingyang's words. After all, Feng Qingyang had killed a Heavenly Emperor because of Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. Was he here to kill the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Your Majesty. At this moment, an old woman among the group of people looked at Feng Qingyang with a bitter expression on her face. Did our Heavenly Emperor do something to infuriate you more than 200 years ago? As soon as the old woman spoke, the gazes of the other dozen or so people immediately fell on her. Their eyes were filled with doubt and shock. Did their Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven offend Feng Qingyang? Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven wanted to kill her because of Feng Qingyang? Was she crazy? It seems like you know. Feng Qingyang looked deeply at the old woman and said with a meaningful tone, Lord Heavenly Emperor, I don't know. The old woman smiled bitterly and said, However, I know that the Heavenly Emperor of our Luo River Heaven left with the Saintess more than 200 years ago. Until now, they still haven't returned. Moreover, before we went out, we didn't tell them what we were going to do. In the past, although the Lord Heavenly Emperor has left the Luo River Heaven, the longest time he left was not more than 30 years. This time, it's too abnormal, the old woman said. He left 200 years ago? Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard the old woman's words. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself. She's really smart to have left so early. However, does she think that I can't do anything to her after she leaves the Heavenly Palace of the Luo River Heaven? When Duan Lingtian heard the old woman's words, he was shocked. The Luo River Heavenly Emperor had fled the Luo River Heavenly Emperor 200 years ago. After all, Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, had appeared in the Saint Province realm 200 years ago. In other words, after the Luo River Heavenly Emperor learned that she had offended Feng Qingyang by sending people to the Saint Province realm to kill countless living beings, she had fled the Luo River Heaven. Heavens! My master is so terrifying! That's the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven! She's the Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm! How could she flee the moment she learned she had offended my master? She's a Heavenly Emperor! How could she be so shameless? Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. Although he knew his master, Feng Qingyang, had attained godhood, according to his master, not many people knew that he had truly attained godhood, even though there were rumors in the outside world that he was suspected to have attained godhood. However, when he thought about how the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was no match for his master in the Azure Hell, he felt relieved. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered a middle-aged man among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect was staring at him intently. He knew the middle-aged man must have recognized him. What's wrong? Did you help the saint girl of the Luo River sect look for me? Back then, when he came to the Luo River sect to meet Mu Yi, he had shown his face at the entrance of the Luo River sect. Presumably, the disciples of the Luo River sect who had seen him could draw a portrait of him for the Luo River sect to find him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people from the Luo River sect began to study Duan Lingtian. Since they were so focused on Feng Qingyang earlier, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Why you're Duan Lingtian? The one who kidnapped the saintess's disciple Mu Yi? An old man asked in surprise. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. He would never have thought that the person the holy maiden of the Luo River sect would ask them to look for was someone close to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, looking at the two of them standing side by side, it was obvious that they were not master and servant. It seems that you do know me, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. However, I didn't kidnap Mu Yi, the disciple of the Luo River sect's saint lady. I only rescued her. Your Luo River sect saintess allowed her twin sister, Feng Jianshui, to possess my junior sister, Mu Yi. When I discovered this, I forcefully took her away and destroyed Feng Jianshui's soul that was occupying her body. That's why the saint girl of your Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of your Luo River heaven hated me to the core. That's why they sent people to kill all the living beings in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian said. Twin sister? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from a few people who knew about this, the rest of the people were shocked. They did not know the saint girl of the Luo River sect had a twin sister. Naturally, the saint girl's twin sister was the biological daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Unfortunately, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven didn't know the mundane realm she was going to kill was the hometown of my master, Feng Qingyang. At that time, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, stepped in and stopped the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven from sending people to the mundane realm. Yes, that happened to be more than 200 years ago. Duan Lingtian had a furious expression on his face when he spoke. Although Senior Meng Luo has made a move, most of the living beings in my and my master's hometown have been slaughtered. We were too late. A dignified heavenly emperor of a Devata realm slaughtered the people of a Devata realm for his own selfish desires. Such a person deserves to die. Duan Lingtian's voice became colder and colder, giving people the feeling that they had fallen into an ice cellar. The titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They did not expect their heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect to offend Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because of Duan Lingtian. What was even more unexpected was that this Duan Lingtian was actually heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's disciple. They were afraid that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would kill them in a fit of anger. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Lord Celestial Emperor. At this moment, the old man who recognized Feng Qingyang said respectfully, I didn't know about that matter, and it has nothing to do with me. In order to show my sincerity, I'll bring my disciples and leave the Luo River sect today. Please don't vent your anger on me, Lord Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing the old man's words, the remaining titled celestial emperors chimed in one after another. All of them broke out in cold sweat, afraid that Feng Qingyang would seek revenge on them in a fit of anger. After all, the culprit had already escaped. No one could be sure that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang would not target them. Master. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang and said through voice transmission, Why don't we use me as bait to lure the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River heaven out? I killed her daughter, so she must hate me to the core. If she knows where I am, she'll definitely come looking for me. There's no need for that. Feng Qingyang rejected Duan Lingtian's suggestion. She won't fall for it so easily. Perhaps some of the people in front of us have already sent messages to others regarding the fact that you are my disciple. Perhaps it won't take long for the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven to find out about it. For this reason, there's an 80 to 90% chance it'll be useless. Moreover, although there are 81 Devata realms, there's only so much space in the 81 Devata realms. Is she going to hide forever? I'm not interested in looking for her. Let's wait for her to show up. If she dares to show up, she'll definitely die. Feng Qingyang's tone was extremely calm. It was as though killing a heavenly emperor was no different from killing a chicken. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could hear the arrogance and contempt in his master's voice. He nodded and said, "Master is right. Since she has escaped, there's no need for us to go through so much trouble to look for her. She's not worth our effort. Let's wait for her to show up. Speaking of which, I'd rather kill her with my own hands." A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, had destroyed his hometown, slaughtered the descendants of his old friends, and was suspected to have killed Xuanai's family. There's no rush to kill the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, we still have to go to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed as he said, "Hua Lao has told me about your encounter there. Although Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, is an old friend of mine, I'll have to ask him for an explanation for shielding his disciple." Duan Lingtian had thought Feng Qingyang was just going to argue with him. However, when Feng Qingyang saw Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, before Yang Yunxiao could say anything, Feng Qingyang immediately made his move. His terrifying energy caused the space around him to tremble and tear apart. In the next moment, a huge sword appeared. It seemed to be looking down on the world as it pressed down on Yang Yunxiao. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. How could this be considered an explanation? End of this chapter. Chapter 34-36. Bang! Even though Yang Yunxiao had reacted hastily, he was still unable to block Feng Qingyang's attack. Feng Qingyang's attack, which contained the law of earth, instantly injured Yang Yunxiao and sent him flying. Pfft! Yang Yunxiao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His rosy cheeks were drained of all color in just a blink of an eye. "Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, it seems like you haven't improved even after so many years." Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes at Yang Yunxiao and said with a faint smile on his face. Based on his tone, he did not seem like the person who had just injured Yang Yunxiao. Initially, a hint of anger could be seen on Yang Yunxiao's face. However, in just a blink of an eye, a hint of horror appeared on his face. "Feng! Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang! Why you've really become a god?" In the past, rumors had only spread that Feng Qingyang had become a god, but no one had given him an answer. However, he was completely powerless when faced with Feng Qingyang's attack that contained the law of earth. Moreover, he could sense a terrifying energy that completely suppressed the celestial origin energy in his body. It was obvious the energy belonged to the divine energy that was above the celestial origin energy. After a 10-direction celestial emperor ascended to godhood, his celestial origin energy would transform into a higher level of power. It was the power of a god. "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. Yang Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He was not angry at Feng Qingyang for injuring him. After all, he knew it would not be difficult for Feng Qingyang to kill him with his current strength. "In the past, you were only evenly matched with me when you relied on the law of destruction. Now that you've become a god, you can easily defeat me even if you use the law of earth. There's a huge difference between becoming a god and not becoming a god." Yang Yunxiao sighed. At this moment, Yang Yunxiao did not even have the courage to show his anger in front of Feng Qingyang. Although he was a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, his life was in Feng Qingyang's hands, after all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, finally regained his senses. His master was too valiant, right? When he arrived in front of Yang Yunxiao, he did not even bother to greet him before injuring him. Even after being severely injured, Yang Yunxiao did not dare to get angry. Instead, he maintained a smile on his face. From this, one could see how powerful his master was in Yang Yunxiao's eyes. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had abandoned his master and fled the Luo River Heaven, he felt relieved. "If I become a god, I'll be as powerful as Yang Yunxiao as well." At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to become a god. Moreover, even if I'd just become a god 1,000 years later, I'm afraid I won't be able to rescue Kur even if I go to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Unless I become a god earlier and improve my strength, my chances of rescuing Kur are slim. When Duanling Tian thought of this, his mood became inexplicably heavy. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunshao, you should know I'm not here to catch up with you. Feng Qingyang glanced at Yang Yunshao indifferently and said, Don't you think you owe me an explanation for what happened to my disciple? In fact, when Feng Qingyang arrived and saw Duanling Tian standing next to Feng Qingyang, Yang Yunshao had already guessed Feng Qingyang's purpose for coming. However, he did not expect Feng Qingyang would attack him without any hesitation. At this moment, Yang Yunshao could sense Feng Qingyang's intention to protect his disciple. At the same time, he was glad he had allowed his second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, to leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to hand Kong Fen over to Yang Yunshao. What's the matter? Yang Yunshao asked. Although Yang Yunshao knew Feng Qingyang's purpose for coming here, he was not foolish enough to admit that he had not made the right decision. Therefore, he decided to feign ignorance. It's only been 200 years. How can you be so forgetful, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunshao? Feng Qingyang sneered as he looked at Yang Yunshao. Yang Yunshao fell silent for a moment before he feigned surprise and said, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you referring to the incident where my second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, tried to kill junior nephew Duan more than 200 years ago? Before Feng Qingyang could reply, Yang Yunshao continued to say, That incident was caused by my second disciple's son. I also killed him in front of junior nephew Duan. As for my second disciple, he was only an accomplice. He was tricked by his son. For this reason, I only punished him slightly. Slightly? At this moment, Duanling Tian finally regained his senses. Upon hearing Yang Yunzhao's words, he could not help but sneer. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunshao, you only made the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor face the wall for a few hundred years. Is this considered a slight punishment? Do you think I'm a fool or do you think my master is a fool? The sneer on Duanling Tian's face deepened. Martial nephew Duan. When Yang Yunshao heard Duanling Tian's words, an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Back then, you didn't say anything when I punished Kong Fen. I thought you approved of my punishment. But I didn't expect that you were dissatisfied. You should have told me earlier. If you had told me back then that you wanted him dead, I would have definitely executed him. Yang Yunshao said decisively. What's the point of speaking in hindsight? Duanling Tian sneered. What? Martial nephew Duan, you don't believe me? Yang Yunshao shook his head. I'll call my second disciple Kong Fen over. If Martial nephew Duan wants him dead, I'll kill him myself. Martial nephew Duan, if you want to kill him personally, I will also capture him so that you can kill him easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yunshao began to transmit the message. Humph! A confused expression appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when Duanling Tian scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, your second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, is no longer in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, right? Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunshao, you're really something else. Even the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhu Qing, had fled the Luo River Heaven in fear of his master, Feng Qingyang. How could an ordinary titled celestial emperor dare to stay in the floating heaven palace of the floating heaven? Duanling Tian and Hualao had personally witnessed Yang Yunzhao's determination to protect Kong Fen, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Therefore, based on Yang Yunzhao's pretense, how could he not guess that Kong Fen had left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? A hint of panic flashed in the depths of Yang Yunzhao's eyes when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then, he forced a smile and said, Martial nephew Duan, how can you think of me in such a way? At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yunshao coldly and said, Yang Yunshao, I'll be waiting for you and your second disciple in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'll give you a month. If you don't see him in a month, you can either wait for me to kill you or flee with your people. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, Yang Yundao's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with Duan Lingtian in tow. Yan Yunxiao was the only one left standing on the spot. Various expressions could be seen on his face as he muttered to himself. I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to have attained godhood. I didn't expect him to value his disciples so much. It seems like Kong Fen won't be able to escape this time. Fortunately, I didn't have the time to inform him that Feng Qingyang wants to kill him. Otherwise, he would have gone into hiding. At that time, even I might not be able to find him. Duan Lingtian was still thinking about how difficult it would be to find Kong Fen after Kong Fen escaped. He did not expect his master, Feng Qingyang, would not hesitate to threaten Yan Yunxiao. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was clear he wanted Yan Yunxiao to personally send Kong Fen to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, his master, Feng Qingyang, would kill Kong Fen in a month's time. Naturally, Yan Yunxiao had another option. He could flee with his people and live in seclusion. At the same time, he would have to give up his position as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven and his foundation in the floating heaven. Master, will he flee with his people and live in seclusion? Duan Lingtian asked. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, since Yan Yunxiao was willing to offend him for the sake of his disciple, it was not impossible for Yan Yunxiao to flee with his people and live in seclusion for the sake of his disciple. Impossible. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Although I don't have much interaction with Yan Yunxiao, based on my past interactions with him, he cares more about his current position than his disciple. He won't give up his position as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven so easily. Feng Qingyang said. Let's return to the solitary destructive heaven and wait for him. Feng Qingyang brought Duan Lingtian with him as they left the floating heaven and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, a hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. If his master was not mistaken, he was looking forward to seeing Yan Yunxiao bring his disciple to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang left the floating heaven and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian finally received a message from Kong Fen. In the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Yan Yunxiao finally sent a message to Kong Fen, the almighty wind celestial emperor who was no longer in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Kong Fen, I just returned from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, thanked me for killing your son. You can return now. Even though Kong Fen was his disciple, Yan Yunxiao didn't dare to tell him the truth because he knew this was the only way to trick Kong Fen back. After leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Kong Fen would occasionally wander around the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if he could find Duan Lingtian. However, even after 200 years had passed, he still did not find Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had been visiting the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for the past 100 years, he rarely visited the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, he spent most of his time in the floating heaven. Can we go back now? Kong Fen's eyes lit up when he received the message from his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Chapter 34-37. Since Yan Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had insisted on protecting him, he did not doubt Yan Yunxiao's words at all. He completely trusted Yan Yunxiao. For this reason, he immediately returned to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Since he was in the floating heaven, it was impossible for him to join a heaven-grade force since all the high-ranking officials in the heaven-grade forces knew he was the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Although he would have a good cultivation environment if he joined a heaven-grade force, it would not be difficult for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to find him. For this reason, he could not join a heaven-grade force. Moreover, he could not return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. For this reason, he could only cultivate in an ordinary environment. He was used to staying in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Since his master had said he could return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not make a move on him, he was eager to return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Then, he returned to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. "Master, I'm sorry for making you worry," Kongfen said guiltily after he returned to Yang Yunxiao. Yang Yunxiao looked at Kongfen and said with a sigh, "Kongfen, you shouldn't have allowed your son to fool around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a burden to you." Kongfen was taken aback by Yang Yunxiao's words. What was going on? Why was his master saying something completely different from what he had told him in the transmission earlier? "Master!" At this moment, the Almighty Wind's celestial emperor, Kongfen, had a bad premonition. Without waiting for Yang Yunxiao's reply, his figure flashed as a gust of wind blew past him and pushed him away. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a powerful force that seemed to come from all directions and bound him. "Master?" Kongfen looked at Yang Yunxiao with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Why? If Kongfen still did not know that his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had tricked him, he would have lived his life in vain. "Kongfen, there's nothing master can do," Yang Yunxiao sighed. "Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is too domineering. Today, he brought the Duan Lingtian to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and severely injured me. When he discovered you weren't in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, he ordered me to bring you back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, or leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. He's already a deity. He can kill me with just a wave of his hand. So that's why don't blame him. If you want to blame someone, blame that son of yours." Fens Kongs. Did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang really become a god? Tian was nots was heavenly palace of the heavenly palace heavenly ascending heavens. Heavenly heaven of the heaven of the heaven, of the heavenly heavens, of the heaven of the heaven, heaven of the heaven of the heaven of the heaven of the heaven. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian to be so arrogant. After all, Feng Qingyang was acquainted with his master. However, he did not expect Feng Qingyang would fall out with his master and threaten him for the sake of his true disciple. "Master, does Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang not care about our past relationship at all?" Kongfen was still filled with resentment. He knew he would not be able to escape from the Heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven now that he had fallen into his master's hands. However, he still wanted a chance at survival. Past relationship? Yang Yunxiao shook his head and said, "We're just acquaintances. What past relationship is there? Originally, I thought that no matter what, he would not fall out with me on account of the fact that we are only acquaintances. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself and underestimated his determination. It's obvious he really cares about his true disciple, Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths," Yang Yunxiao said. At this moment, Kongfen was filled with despair. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with his master, Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian did not return to his residence. Instead, he followed Feng Qingyang and listened to his master's teachings. "Since you have the sovereign heart sword, it won't be difficult for you to comprehend the law of destruction. However, the law of space you're skilled in is one of the four supreme laws. It's not inferior to the law of destruction." At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, "For this reason, I suggest you don't give up on comprehending the law of space unless you've reached a bottleneck in your comprehension of the law of space. It won't be too late for you to comprehend the law of destruction when you have the time to comprehend other laws." "Yes, Master." Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew Feng Qingyang was doing this for his own good. He knew he should not bite off more than he could chew. "Apart from that, I'll do my best to help you once the spatial passageway between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened," Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's heart warmed. "Thank you, Master." Currently, his master, Feng Qingyang, was aware of his wife's identity in the Divine Offering Land and Yun Qin Yan's identity as the young master of the Yun clan. Both of them were extraordinary in the Divine Offering Land. Even so, Duan Lingtian still wanted to help him. Duan Lingtian was touched. Although I don't suggest you comprehend the law of destruction, it's not impossible for you to comprehend the sword Tao without the law of destruction. Take my sword Tao for example. Although my sword Tao is the strongest when I rely on the law of destruction, it's still lethal even after I fused it with the law of earth. Feng Qingyang continued to say, of course, it's not as good as fusing the law of destruction. However, I dare say that in all the Devata realms, those who have comprehended the law of space as well as I do are at least 30% weaker than me in terms of offensive power. And all of this is because of my sword Tao. For the next period of time, you will follow me to comprehend my sword Tao. I will slowly impart it to you. As for how much you can comprehend, it will depend on your ability. If you can comprehend all of them, you can use the same law of space with my sword Tao, and its power will increase by at least 30%. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confidence could be heard in his voice. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp in shock. 30% amplification? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer a newbie who had just ascended to a Devata realm. In fact, he was now a celestial emperor. After reaching this stage, he had a better understanding of a person's strength. A person's strength mainly depended on the comprehension of the law of space. Even if one had some special techniques to amplify one's strength, it would be considered good if one's strength could be amplified by 10%. However, now that his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him that his sword Tao would be able to amplify his sword Tao, mastering his sword Tao would increase the strength of those who had comprehended the same profundities by 30%. Even if he subtracted the 10%, he would still have 20%. For two people of the same strength, even if they were evenly matched before the increase in strength, the person with the increase in strength after the increase in strength would be able to easily crush his opponent. Thank you, Master. Duan Lingtian hastily expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he saw hope in increasing his strength. Currently, what he wanted the most was to improve his strength as soon as possible. In the past, he had used the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity to comprehend the law of space to improve his strength. And now, he had another way to increase his strength. You may return for now. Rest for a few days. When the time comes, I'll send you a message. I'll teach you the sword Tao, Feng Qingyang said. Yes, Master. Duan Lingtian nodded and left. At the same time, he asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world about the sword Tao that Feng Qingyang had mentioned. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, the world-cleansing divine water fell silent for a moment before it said, If what he said is true, then he's really a peerless genius. Even in the realms of gods, it's rare to find someone capable of such a feat. In fact, in the realms of gods, people with such talent are generally acknowledged as the seeds of the supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Isn't it said that there are only two ways to become a supreme powerhouse? One is to comprehend one of the four supreme laws and fuse all the profundities together. The other is to possess one of the five divine elements and transform it into its final form. Indeed, one can become a supreme powerhouse through these two methods. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, Apart from these two, there's another way. It's the way I mentioned earlier, to comprehend one's own Tao. Although it's illusory to comprehend one's own Tao, it's not entirely without reason. You should know that apart from the laws of the five elements, the laws of wind, the laws of lightning, the laws of ice, and the four supreme laws, there are also the laws of destruction, the laws of light, and the laws of darkness, right? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. Naturally, he knew about these laws. In this world, those who have comprehended their own Tao to become a supreme powerhouse have either comprehended the law of destruction, the law of light, or the law of darkness. This is the third way to become a supreme powerhouse. For this reason, I said your master, Feng Qingyang, has the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. As for whether he'll be able to become a supreme powerhouse in the future, it'll depend on his own fortune. The world-cleansing divine water said. The fact that he's willing to pass on his sword Dao to you shows how important you are to him. However, it's extremely difficult for others to fully grasp the sword Dao that they've comprehended on their own. It's already amazing that you're able to comprehend 2/3 of the sword Dao. Moreover, if you're talented, you'll have a chance to comprehend your own sword Dao. End of chapter. Chapter 34-38. The world-cleansing divine water's words seem to have opened the door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian the most was his master, Feng Qingyang, had the potential to become a supreme powerhouse even though he did not possess the 5 divine elements, and did not even specialize in the 4 supreme laws. This was because he had comprehended his own Tao. To be more precise, he had comprehended his own sword Dao, and he had the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. In fact, even if those who have comprehended the 5 divine elements don't possess the 5 divine elements, they'll still have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse if they can comprehend their own Dao. It's not like there haven't been such supreme powerhouses in this world, it's just that there are very few of them. Those who became ultimate powerhouses with their own Dao are all supremely talented existences. After all, they could be said to be ultimate powerhouses who completely relied on themselves. Regardless of whether one became an omnipotent through the use of the 5 divine elements, or the advantage of the 4 supreme laws, they all borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements, and the supreme laws to a certain extent. Only by comprehending one's own Tao and using one's own Tao to become an omnipotent being can one truly become an omnipotent being with one's own efforts. A hint of respect could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as it spoke. For your master to be able to comprehend his own sword Tao to such an extent, he's definitely a peerless genius even in the realms of gods. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it did not hold back on its praise for Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. In the past, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had relied on the legacy of the sovereign heart sword that his master, Feng Qingyang, had left behind for him to possess extraordinary battle prowess. At that time, he knew Feng Qingyang was not a simple person. In the Saint Province realm, Feng Qingyang was a legend. However, he did not expect his master, Feng Qingyang, would still be as monstrous as before even after ascending to the Devata realm. Moreover, he had even comprehended his own sword Dao. If someone who had the same cultivation as him and comprehended the same profundities of the laws as him fought him, he would definitely lose. Even in the realms of gods, it was rare for someone to achieve such a feat. The sword immortals of the solitary destructive heaven recognized him as the invincible sword immortal. He truly lived up to his name. A Tao that belongs to me. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian did not come back to his senses for a long time. He was still immersed in the world of the so-called Tao. It turned out that in this world, there was such a mysterious method that was beyond the laws of nature. After Duan Lingtian returned, he originally thought that he would have to wait a few days before his master, Feng Qingyang, would send him a message, and Feng Qingyang also said the same. However, before the second day had even arrived, his master had already sent him a voice transmission asking him to go over. At first, he was a little confused, but later on, he realized why his master had asked him to come. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Yan Yunxiao, had arrived. Yan Yunxiao didn't come alone. There was another person by his side. To be more precise, this person was imprisoned by Yan Yunxiao. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Yan Yunxiao said to Feng Qingyang. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. Once upon a time, his strength was on par with Feng Qingyang. If it was Feng Qingyang at that time, he could have saved his second disciple, Kongfen, with just a word. There was no need for him to personally deliver Kongfen to Yan Yunxiao. However, the current Feng Qingyang was already a godly being. With his strength, it would be easy for him to kill Yan Yunxiao. For this reason, in the face of Feng Qingyang's threat, Yan Yunxiao obediently brought Kongfen over. Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian stood next to Feng Qingyang as he looked at Kongfen, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, who was standing next to Yan Yunxiao. His expression was calm as though he was looking at a stranger. This was because Duan Lingtian knew Confin was already a dead man. Is it him? Feng Qingyang asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. You can do it yourself. Feng Qingyang said. Yes, master. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he stepped forward and looked at Yang Yunxiao. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, I'll have to trouble you to restrain him so that I can kill him. If you don't restrain him properly and he injures me, I'm afraid my master won't agree to it. A bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. When Yang Yunxiao heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded obediently and forced a smile on his face. Don't worry, junior nephew Duan. As long as I'm here, he won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Even though Yang Yunxiao was extremely displeased, he could only swallow his displeasure in fear of Feng Qingyang. He did not dare to show it in the slightest. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Confin, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was restrained by Yang Yunxiao, regained his composure. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As long as you don't kill me, I, Confin, am willing to be your slave for life. The great almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wants to be Duan Lingtian's slave. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in the face of Confen's final struggle. Then his eyes turned cold. He did not give Confin a chance to retaliate, and directly killed Confin. With Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Confin did not even have the chance to resist before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. After Confin's death, Yang Yunxiao looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you satisfied with this? Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded indifferently. Yang Yunxiao did not intend to stay any longer. He bade farewell to Feng Qingyang and left. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the importance of strength. Yang Yunxiao was the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven after all. Nobody in the floating heaven dared to defy him. However, in front of his master, Feng Qingyang, he was as docile as a cat. Moreover, he even personally delivered his true disciple to Feng Qingyang for him to kill. If Yang Yunxiao was stronger than Feng Qingyang, he would not have been able to kill Confin. Duan Lingtian returned to his residence and slept for a few days. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was able to further comprehend the law of space. A few days later, Feng Qingyang sent him a message that woke him up. Feng Qingyang wanted him to cultivate with him. After arriving at Feng Qingyang's residence, Duan Lingtian was brought to a desolate canyon in a remote area of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He had passed by this place before, but he did not linger here. After all, the canyon was too desolate. There was not even a single living being in it. This was simply a place where birds didn't want to shit. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the canyon with Feng Qingyang raised his hand, and a powerful energy surged out of his body. Soon after, a wave of energy surged in the air above the canyon. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body. A terrifying aura surged out of the canyon and shrouded him. He felt as though he was in an abyss of fire. Let's go in and have a look. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the canyon with Feng Qingyang, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. There were sword marks on the walls of the canyon. Some were deep, some were shallow, some were parallel, some were crisscrossed, and some were curved. Each of the sword marks emitted a terrifying aura. This canyon is where I practice my sword skills. If you want to learn my sword skills, you can stay here for a while to see if you can comprehend anything. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. Apart from me, you're the first one to enter this place. Normally, this place is enveloped by a formation. Only I know how to open the formation. If I forcibly break the formation, I will destroy everything in this canyon. If you break it, you'll be destroyed, Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to realize the importance of this place. Otherwise, his master, Feng Qingyang, would not have set up a formation here. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that the legacy he obtained in the mundane realm was the word sword that was carved on a mountain wall. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for him to figure out that this was the legacy his master had left behind. My sword Dao can be used with any law or profundity. It's just that there's a difference in the power of different laws. For example, when I use my sword Dao with the law of destruction, its power is far greater than when I use my law of earth. Your law of space is one of the four supreme laws. Moreover, it's the law of attack that's best among the four supreme laws. In terms of offensive strength, it's not inferior to the law of destruction. You can use the comprehension of the sword skills I've left behind here through the law of space. Perhaps you can use the law of space to cast them and create some sword moves on your own. Different laws have different characteristics. My sword skills are all-encompassing. As for how much you can master, it'll depend on your own comprehension ability. Stay here. Send me a message whenever you have any comprehension. I'll come and pick you up. After Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he left the canyon and vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When Feng Qingyang disappeared into thin air, Duan Lingtian saw him raise his hand again. It was not difficult for him to guess that his master was closing the formation again. Master's comprehension of the sword skills. After Feng Qingyang left, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the many sword marks on the mountain wall in front of him. Each sword mark contained a completely different sword essence. Some of them had sharp auras. Some of them had a heavy aura. Some had a destructive aura. At the same time, Feng Qingyang, who had left the canyon, returned to his residence. He sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the canyon. He muttered to himself, "How much he can comprehend will depend on his comprehension ability. If he comprehends it well and integrates the profundities from the law of space well, I can bring him to the place in the Azure Hell. I successfully achieved godhood there. Perhaps he'll be able to obtain his own opportunity there." Chapter 34-39. Back when Feng Qingyang entered the Azure Hell, the reason he was able to survive and successfully ascend to godhood was because he had accidentally entered a place. That place was the only safe place in the entire Azure Hell. In the Azure Hell, apart from that place, even ordinary gods would have a slim chance of survival, let alone immortals who had yet to become gods. Immortals who entered had no chance of survival. Back then, Feng Qingyang had managed to survive not only because of his good luck, but also because of the sword Dao that he had comprehended. It was the sword Dao that had saved him. Otherwise, he would have died back then, and would not have had the chance to enter that place. However, as someone who had been out of the Azure Hell many times, Feng Qingyang had no problem bringing someone into that place. For example, he had brought the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, into that place previously. However, perhaps because Meng Luo's talent was limited or his comprehension was limited, he had not been in there for long before he was suppressed by the aura of that place. He had no choice but to send Meng Luo out again. Meng Luo's talent and comprehension are not bad, but they can't compare to him. Feng Qingyang was very confident in his disciple, Duan Lingtian. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in the Sword Scar Canyon. Apart from cultivating, sleeping, and comprehending the law of space, he spent most of his time studying the sword scars in the Summer Valley. Fortunately, any of the three would get tired after a long time. If he continued when he was tired, the effects would not be as good. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's actions did not delay either of them. It did not delay his cultivation, comprehension of the law of space, and comprehension of the sword scars on the canyon walls. I've put the Sovereign Heart sword aside for too long. During this period of time, I've picked it up again and gained a different understanding of the sword scars. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged in front of the canyon walls and looked at the sword scars on the canyon walls. Previously, he had tried to understand the sword marks on the walls of the canyon for a long time, but he did not fully understand them. In the end, he had a flash of inspiration, and he thought of the Sovereign Heart sword that he had relied on in the mundane realm. The Sovereign Heart Sword was the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang. Since his master, Feng Qingyang, had comprehended his sword Dao, it meant that the foundation he had built in the mundane realm was useful. For this reason, he picked up the Sovereign Heart Sword that he had neglected for a long time. When he had just ascended to the Devata realms, he had gained a breakthrough celestial ascension realm. He had become a celestial cultivator. However, as his cultivation base improved, the Sovereign Heart Sword was gradually replaced by other celestial methods and divine abilities. Later on, when he had comprehended the profundity of the law, he no longer needed the Sovereign Heart Sword. Speaking of which, the Sovereign Heart Sword that Duan Lingtian had comprehended in the past had been abandoned for 400 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 500 years old. What did it mean for him to neglect the Sovereign Heart Sword for 400 years? Due to this reason, even though Duan Lingtian had the foundation of the Sovereign Heart Sword, it still took him a long time to master it and use it freely. When Duan Lingtian mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword again, he noticed some of the sword marks on the mountain wall had become easier to understand. He could also gradually figure out the profundity of the sword marks. Swoosh! 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 In the canyon, Duan Lingtian practiced his sword techniques. He tried to integrate the profundity of the sword scars on the canyon walls into his sword techniques. Every time this happened, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a sword celestial as he wantonly released his sword qi. It was dazzling, resplendent, and dazzling. Apart from that, he also comprehended the law of space. The law of space was the law Duan Lingtian was most skilled in. He could integrate the profundity of the law of space with the sword scars on the canyon walls. For example, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional profundity could be used in conjunction with his sword techniques. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gradually gained a better understanding of his sword techniques. Naturally, there were also times when he encountered bottlenecks. However, even if there was a bottleneck, under Duan Lingtian's perseverance, he finally made a breakthrough. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength continued to improve. Your comprehension ability is not bad. Feng Qingyang often visited Duan Lingtian. Since he was watching Duan Lingtian from outside the Summer Valley, Duan Lingtian did not know that he was constantly being watched. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. However, Duan Lingtian, who was in the canyon, had no sense of time at all. Apart from occasionally receiving the celestial fruits and celestial pills that Feng Qingyang personally delivered to him, he was usually cultivating in seclusion. Stop cultivating for a while. On this day, Duan Lingtian was cultivating as usual when he was suddenly interrupted by Feng Qingyang. Come with me. The tidal temple is rarely generous. I'll bring you to join in the fun. HM? Duan Lingtian was startled awake. He looked at Feng Qingyang in confusion. Master, what do you mean? It's rare for the tidal temple to be generous? The tidal temple organizes the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses every 1,000 years. A year from now, the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses will begin. At that time, all the geniuses below the age of 1,000 will gather in one place. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. The tidal temple's reward for the champion of the battle of the geniuses is an exploding element celestial fruit. Your cultivation speed has increased tremendously, and you're already a 9 palaces celestial emperor. With the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial emperor in just a few days. Feng Qingyang said with a smile. If an ordinary celestial emperor consumes the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll be able to break through 2 to 3 stages in just a few days. The exploding element celestial fruit is extremely precious even in the Devata realms and realms of gods. I didn't expect the tidal temple would use it as a reward for the champion of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he continued to say, If I'm not mistaken, there must be a lot of outstanding geniuses from the tidal temple in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Otherwise, the tidal temple wouldn't be so generous. Even if the tidal temple has the exploding element celestial fruit, it's still very precious to them. In my opinion, the tidal temple is using the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses as an excuse to show off their generosity. However, they won't expect the geniuses below the age of 1000 are not from the tidal temple, but the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang said confidently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was not certain how strong Duan Lingtian was, but 300 years ago, Duan Lingtian had severely injured and killed a titled celestial emperor. Now that 300 years had passed, how could his disciple be so weak? Moreover, during the past 100 years, he would often spy on his disciple's cultivation. Although he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had fused from the law of space, he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had fused from the law of space. However, based on Duan Lingtian's proficiency in the law of space, it was not difficult for him to figure out how profound Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of space was. The exploding element celestial fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had heard about the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses from his sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, when he was in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He knew it was a grand event held every 1000 years in the Devata realms. When he was in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he only knew the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would only begin in a few hundred years. He did not expect the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would begin in just a blink of an eye. It was said that the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would gather all the geniuses under the age of 1000 in the Devata realms who were publicly acknowledged as peerless geniuses. Previously, there were many geniuses under the age of 1000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, no one had ever made it to the top 1000 in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace was not a powerful heaven-grade force in the Devata realms, it had the backing of the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. However, no one from the Heavenly Pool Palace had ever made it to the top 1000 in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Based on this, one could see how intense the competition was. Only the top 100 participants of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses would be rewarded by the tidal temple. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses will be held in a year? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Master, which Devata realm will the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses be held this time? As far as he knew, the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would be held in the heavenly palaces of the 81 Devata realms. This was a tradition in the Devata realms. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had existed for as long as the tidal temple had existed. In other words, none of the 81 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms had a longer history than the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses and the tidal temple. The primeval heaven, Feng Qingyang replied. The primeval heaven? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled the conversation he had with Eldahua 300 years ago, when he brought him to the primeval heaven to look for his family and friends in various Devata realms. Young master, I've told you that the elementary devouring tactic you obtained is the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. I've also told you that the advanced devouring tactic is the divine ability that the heavenly emperors of Devata realms are skilled in. That heavenly emperor is a divine beast and a half-deity. Some people suspect that he has already attained godhood, but he doesn't reveal his cultivation base. He's the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. End. Chapter 3440. Duan Lingtian was naturally familiar with the elementary devouring technique. In fact, it was his greatest trump card when he was still in the mundane world, aside from the Sovereign Heart Sword. When he cast the Sovereign Heart Sword while using the elementary devouring art, its might was even greater. In the past, he had traveled through many Devata realms in search of his family and friends. He had only passed by the primeval heaven when he heard Hualao's words. Now, his master, Feng Qingyang, told him, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was the place where the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was held. The heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked in the top 3 on the heavenly emperor ranking of the Devata realms. It wasn't until Master emerged from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked fourth. Duan Lingtian had heard all these stories from Hualao. Currently, his master was ranked third on the emperor ranking of all heavens, second only to the two of them. As for those two people, the person ranked first was a divine spirit expert who was publicly acknowledged to have already become a god. As for the other person, he was suspected to have already become a god. As for the primeval celestial emperor, although some people suspected that he had ascended to godhood, he was only ranked third on the celestial emperor ranking because he had never shown any signs of godhood. That was until his master walked out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 great ominous lands, and became famous. Many people suspected that he had become a god. Otherwise, how could he have walked out of the Azura Hell? In the history of the Devata realms, almost all titled celestial emperors, from 1-star to 8-star gods of war, had entered the Azura Hell, but none of them had ever come out alive. Feng Qingyang was the first one to walk out of there. As for whether the 9-star war god would be able to come out of the Azura Hell alive, some people said yes, while others said no. After all, he was still an immortal emperor. Unless he could become a god, he wouldn't be able to leave the Azura Hell alive. There's still a year's time. You can stay at my place for this 1 year. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. The reason why I didn't disturb you in the past 100 years was because I hoped that you could comprehend your own sword Dao through the traces I left behind. My sword Dao is the destruction sword Dao. If you want to follow the path of the destruction sword Dao, it's basically impossible for you to achieve what I did. This is because comprehending the law of destruction is a long process. Moreover, the path I took might not be suitable for you. I hope you'll be able to comprehend the space sword Dao that belongs to you. I have a strong feeling that if you can comprehend the space sword Dao to my level, I might not be a match for you in terms of the strength of the sword Dao. The law of space is the second most mysterious law of the 4 supreme laws after the law of time. It's unfathomable. Feng Qingyang's words clearly held spatial law in high esteem. For the next year, I won't be teaching you the destruction sword Dao. I'll only be teaching you the space sword Dao that you've comprehended so far. You can listen, but if you don't think it's suitable for you, you can follow your own path. After all, my path might not be suitable for you. It was not difficult to see Feng Qingyang's good intentions from his words. He did not teach Duan Lingtian because he knew his path could not be replicated and could only be used as a reference. Yes, master. Duan Lingtian replied. In truth, even if his master did not say anything, he knew what path he should take. After all, one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, had already told him about it. He could borrow Feng Qingyang's sword Dao, but he could not completely master it since it was based on the law of destruction. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was skilled in the law of space. For the next year, Duan Lingtian stayed in Feng Qingyang's residence. There was another room in Feng Qingyang's residence. Apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian would look for Feng Qingyang during his free time to ask questions. Questions were not born in a short period of time. They were accumulated over time. After clearing up the questions that had accumulated over the past 100 years, Duan Lingtian was faced with new questions. Some of Feng Qingyang's pointers were suitable for Duan Lingtian, while some were not. Duan Lingtian knew how to choose between them. In the following year, Duan Lingtian's space sword Dao gradually took shape. Even Feng Qingyang was amazed by his progress. I'm afraid all the peerless geniuses under the age of 1000 in the Devata realms will be nothing compared to you during your trip to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Feng Qingyang sighed emotionally. At the same time, he thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, even the peerless genius from the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple is destined to go for wool and come home shorn this time. Since they've taken out the exploding element celestial fruit, they can forget about taking it back. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself. Master, when are we leaving? Duan Lingtian asked. He could leave at any time. His loved ones were all in the small world within his body. They could come out and reunite with him at any time. There was nothing else to prepare. Tomorrow. Feng Qingyang said. I have some instructions for Meng Luo today. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At noon the next day, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang stepped into the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and made their way to the primeval heaven. Master, you've never been to the primeval heaven? After arriving at the primeval territory of the primeval heaven, Duan Lingtian learned Feng Qingyang had never been to the primeval heaven. However, after asking around, he managed to find the direction to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Master, when will the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses be held? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I'm not sure. We'll only know when we arrive at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. In the past, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would only begin after a year and a half. Feng Qingyang said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. On their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang remained silent until Feng Qingyang suddenly spoke. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It's good to have the 5 divine elements, but don't rely on them too much. These were Feng Qingyang's words. Master, what do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian asked curiously after he took a deep breath. His eyes were calm as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Lingtian was pretending to be calm, Feng Qingyang, naturally, could see through him. He smiled faintly and said, There's no need to be so nervous. When I first met you, I sensed the aura of the 5 divine elements on you. Moreover, it's not a low-form divine element. The most important thing is, of the 5 divine elements, most people only possess one type at most, but you possess all 5. Also, I can sense a strong aura of life from your body. If I'm not mistaken, the little world in your body should contain a supreme treasure with terrifying life force. A treasure of that level is likely capable of assisting one in comprehending the laws of life. Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, a bitter expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Master, how did you know? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. In fact, when one's cultivation base reaches a certain level, one can see through many things. Back then, I wasn't at that level. Perhaps, only a powerful god would be able to see through your little world. After all, you're only a celestial emperor now. The reason I can see through your little world is because I refined a treasure in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. That treasure doesn't have any other use other than increasing my perception by more than 10 times. Although Feng Qingyang said the treasure did not have any other use, Duan Lingtian knew what it meant to increase one's perception by more than 10 times. One's perception was somewhat related to one's divine sense, but it was separate from one's divine sense. It was a strange feeling. If it was 100 years ago, Duan Lingtian might not have felt much about it. However, now, he knew what it meant to have a stronger perception. It meant one had a clear grasp of the changes in one's surroundings. With this, it would not be difficult for one to find one's weakness and defeat one's opponent in one fell swoop. I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter, Master. Duan Lingtian sighed with a bitter smile on his face. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would be able to see through his concealment. I didn't intend to tell you about this. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, However, you're going to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven soon. This time, there will definitely be more than one god in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. At the very least, there will be a god in the tidal temple. For this reason, I want to remind you that while you're in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, it's best to seal off the little world in your body so that it's completely isolated from the outside world. It's difficult for ordinary gods to detect the situation in your little world, but who can say that they don't have any special means to detect the situation in your little world? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat. He thought he had hidden everything well, but he did not expect that he had been taking such a huge risk all this while. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian said goodbye to the 5 divine elements and his loved ones in his little world. Then, he shut off the little world in his body, completely isolating himself from the outside world. Under such circumstances, the people in his little world and the 5 divine elements would not be able to detect what was happening in the outside world and would not be able to take the initiative to come out. Unless they forcefully destroyed Duan Lingtian's little world, they would not be able to leave. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would die and his little world would collapse. At that time, they would be able to come out. Naturally, under such circumstances, they would not be able to contact Duan Lingtian. They would have to wait for Duan Lingtian to contact them. Duan Lingtian would also not be able to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his little world to cultivate. Chapter 34-41. Master. After separating the little world in his body from the outside world, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Qingyang. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. You want to ask me why I didn't kill you and take your 5 divine elements? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. Clearly, he had guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Although Duan Lingtian did not intend to ask his master directly, he wanted to know why his master did not seem interested in his 5 divine elements. After all, with his master's potential, if he killed him, the 5 divine elements in his body would be more than willing to reside in his master's body. After all, his master's potential was undeniable. Even if he did not have the 5 divine elements, he would still have the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. Although this was what Duan Lingtian thought, he could not bring himself to ask. It was only when Feng Qingyang spoke that he smiled awkwardly. Feng Qingyang continued to say, although the 5 divine elements are precious to the point that even gods would fight over them, in my eyes, they're nothing more than external forces. Putting aside the fact that I don't care about external forces like the 5 divine elements that might interfere with my sword Dao, even if I wanted the 5 divine elements, I wouldn't make a move on you. You're the only disciple I acknowledge, the successor of my sword Dao. In my eyes, you're no different from my own child. I, Feng Qingyang, would never do something worse than a beast. Feng Qingyang's frank words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. After all, before this, he had kept the 5 divine elements a secret from his master. As for why he kept it a secret, it was because he was worried his master would make a move on him because of the 5 divine elements. Only at this moment did he realize that he had been measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own caution. Master, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian apologized profusely. You don't have to apologize. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, it's good to be careful. Even if I were you, I would do the same. If I wasn't worried about your 5 divine elements being exposed in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I wouldn't have told you about it. I'm just pointing this out to make you more vigilant. If I don't completely close the small world in my body, everything inside can still be seen through by others. After Feng Qingyang's reminder, Duan Lingtian naturally became more cautious. At the same time, he also thought that in the future, unless he was in an absolutely safe environment, he would not easily open the small world in his body. If it wasn't for his master's warning, he would have been in deep trouble in the heavenly emperor palace of the primeval heaven. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Like most heavenly emperor palaces, the primeval heaven's emperor palace was a huge floating island behind the clouds. It looked like a primordial beast lurking behind the clouds. Occasionally, there would be a layer of light flashing around it. It was the light of intersecting formations, exuding a powerful aura that deterred people from approaching it. Master, the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is for geniuses under the age of 1,000. Won't there be a lot of people coming to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven this time? Will those geniuses who don't have powerful backgrounds be able to come? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Of course not. Feng Qingyang shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. If anyone can come, wouldn't the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven be a mess? In the various Devata realms, most of the outstanding geniuses under the age of 1,000 have powerful backgrounds. After all, without a good environment and resources, how can one become a peerless genius before the age of 1,000? Feng Qingyang said. For this reason, more than 90% of the participants in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses are from the heavenly palaces, heaven-grade forces, and title temples. There are very few grassroots geniuses in the Devata realms. The reason these grassroots geniuses are able to rise to the top and qualify to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses is due to the many fortuitous encounters they have. Duan Lingtian understood Feng Qingyang's words. How do these grassroots geniuses participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Do they come directly to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven? How's that possible? Feng Qingyang shook his head. To qualify to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, one must possess strength close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Not only must one's cultivation base be that of a celestial emperor, but one must also comprehend the fusion of two profundities. Those who meet the requirements can apply for the title temple in any Devata realm. Once they've applied, the title temple will bring them to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Feng Qingyang said. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. As for the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms, they're allowed to bring their people to the primeval heaven without having to participate in the title temple's assessment. Before I left, I've already instructed Meng Luo to bring his people here. Feng Qingyang said. Senior Meng Luo? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He had been wondering if there were other outstanding young geniuses from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven who were qualified to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, but none of them came with him and his master. As it turned out, his master had asked Senior Meng Luo to bring his people here before they left. As for the people from the various heaven-grade forces, those who are related to the Heavenly Emperor Palace can send their disciples to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Those who are not related to the Heavenly Emperor Palace can only send their disciples to the Heavenly Emperor Palace to participate in the Title Temple's test. After they pass the test, they'll be brought here by the Title Temple. After listening to Feng Qingyang's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the qualifications to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. All 81 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were allowed to bring their disciples here. On the other hand, the Title Temple was allowed to bring their disciples here. In other words, those who would be participating in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses were either from the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms or from the Title Temple. There are godly spirits in the Title Temple, and there are godly spirits among the heavenly emperors as well. Duan Lingtian recalled his master's warning about the 5 divine elements in his little world. Most of the heavenly emperors from the Title Temple and the heavenly emperors from the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms had already attained godhood. For this reason, his master had warned him about the 5 divine elements in his little world. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Before Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, a loud voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a muscular man flying toward him. It was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, there were 3 other people standing behind Meng Luo. 2 of them were young men and a young woman. One of the young men was dressed in a light green robe and carried a sheathed sword on his back. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were filled with ferocity as he looked at his master, Feng Qingyang. Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! As for the other 2 people, one was a young man in a blue robe, and the other was a beautiful young woman in a light green dress. Both of them followed Meng Luo and bowed respectfully to Feng Qingyang. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded slightly when he saw the 4 of them. Then, he looked at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven and said, Since you're here, follow me? Yes. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the 3 young men hurriedly followed Feng Qingyang to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven with Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to sense 3 pairs of eyes on him as he walked side by side with his master. In fact, one of the eyes was filled with hostility. Duan Lingtian turned around, and with just a glance, he saw the green-robed young man with a long sword on his back looking at him with an unconvinced expression. His eyes even emitted waves of ill intent as if Duan Ling Tian had offended him. Young master! Meng Luo, who noticed the hostility between Duan Ling Tian and the green-clad young man, sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. The young woman is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. The blue-clad young man is the descendant of a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Both of them aren't even 1,000 years old, but their strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. As for the green-clad young man, he's from the Mystic Sword sect, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. Since I'm friends with the sect leader of the Mystic Sword sect, he came with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He didn't participate in the selection in the title temple. Meng Luo said through voice transmission. Among the three of them, the green-clad young man is the strongest. Although he hasn't obtained a title yet, he's strong enough to be a titled celestial emperor. He's only 800 years old, and has already become a titled celestial emperor. Meng Luo said. Naturally, he's very conceited due to his outstanding talent. Before you and Lord Heavenly Emperor arrived, I told them you'd be coming with Lord Heavenly Emperor. He's targeting you now because he's not convinced that you can become Lord Heavenly Emperor's direct disciple. After Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell, his name spread across the Devata realms. At that time, the Mystic Sword sect sent him here to ask Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as a disciple, but Lord Heavenly Emperor rejected them. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the reason the green-clad young man was unhappy with him. It was because of his current identity. He was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In the Literature Hall. Chapter 3442. Although Duan Lingtian knew the reason behind the green-clad young man's hostility, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. The green-clad young man was only slightly over 800 years old, but he was already a titled celestial emperor. Before this, the most outstanding young prodigy he had ever met was Suya Si, his senior sister in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, Suya Si had only become a titled celestial emperor after reaching the age of 1,000. She was the most outstanding young prodigy he had ever met. His senior sister's improvement after she turned 1,000 years old was remarkable. It did not take long for her to become as strong as the palace master of a heaven-grade force, the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, his senior sister's achievements before she turned 1,000 years old were still inferior to the genius disciple from the Mystic Sword sect. Young master, he's just unhappy that you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. He's not a bad person, Meng Luo said. Don't stoop to his level, Meng Luo said. He was friends with the green-clad young man's seniors in the Mystic Sword sect. If possible, he did not want the green-clad young man to offend the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, he was well aware of Duan Lingtian's status in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. Don't worry, Senior Meng Luo. I'm not that petty, Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission when he heard Meng Luo's words. At the same time, he turned around and nodded at the green-clad young man. Zhang Tianyu, didn't you say you wanted to spar with Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple? The young woman smiled at the green-clad young man and asked softly, Why aren't you saying anything now that you've met him? It was clear the green-clad young man was Zhang Tianyu, the genius disciple from the Mystic Sword sect. He was only slightly over 800 years old, but he was already a titled celestial emperor. Zhang Tianyu looked at Feng Qingyang's back warily when he heard the woman's words. After that, he glared at the woman. With the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven here, how could I dare to act presumptuously? Naturally, he knew the young woman was doing this on purpose. At this moment, Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, led Duan Lingtian and the others to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Who are you? When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the guards noticed Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian's strength. They did not dare to be negligent. Duan Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Seal, Duan Lingtian, the heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Not S's young SSSS, heavenly, Tions, SS not, celestial heavenly emperor, A heavens. The young man standing before them was Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Although Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was famous in the past, they would not be so shocked if Feng Qingyang had appeared in front of them. However, they were shocked because the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was ranked higher than the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven on the heavenly emperor ranking. Previously, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked third on the heavenly emperor ranking. However, ever since the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven came out of the Azura hell alive, many people suspected that he had attained godhood. It was also at that time that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was ranked third on the heavenly emperor ranking, was pushed out of the top 3. He was replaced by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, it was said that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven did not object to this. After all, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was not someone to be trifled with. In the past, he had personally gone to another Devata realm to challenge the heavenly emperor of another Devata realm because he did not agree with the heavenly emperor ranking of the Devata realm. As a result, the title temple, which was in charge of compiling the heavenly emperor rankings, had no choice but to change the rankings. Although the rankings on the heavenly emperor ranking were mostly objective, it was not decided by a group of heavenly emperors, so it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes. Some heavenly emperors, while displaying average strength, actually had trump cards that they had yet to reveal. Most of these heavenly emperors did not care about the heavenly emperor ranking. However, there were also heavenly emperors who weren't willing to submit to heavenly emperors whom they didn't think were as strong as them. At that time, they could look for heavenly emperors and challenge them to a duel. As long as they could defeat their opponent, the title temple would change their ranking on the heavenly emperor ranking. In the past, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven had challenged another heavenly emperor who was ranked higher than him to replace him on the heavenly emperor ranking. However, this time, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven seemed to acknowledge that Feng Qingyang was ranked higher than him. In fact, many people suspected that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had challenged the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and lost. After all, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not an ordinary celestial emperor. For this reason, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hurriedly said to Feng Qingyang, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I'll send a message to the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven and ask him to inform our Lord Heavenly Emperor." As soon as the heavenly emperor finished speaking, he immediately sent a message. Feng Qingyang nodded and waited patiently with Duan Lingtian, Meng Luo, and the others. After a dozen breaths, a hearty laugh rang from afar. "Brother Feng, I remember that you have my soul orb. Why didn't you send me a message when you've arrived in the primeval heaven?" An old man dressed in a loose gray robe appeared. He had a white beard, white hair, and white brows. He was tall and muscular, and he looked like a rough man. However, when he spoke, a hint of warmth could be heard in his voice. Based on his tone, it was clear he had known Feng Qingyang for a long time and was friends with Feng Qingyang. "Is this the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven? Does Master know him?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw the old man. He had never heard his master mention the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven before this. In fact, his master even said this was his first time in the primeval heaven. "Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor!" Duan Lingtian and the 3 men standing behind Meng Luo were still trying to figure out the old man's identity when they heard how the people in front of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven addressed the old man. "Old Brother Ding." At this moment, Feng Qingyang greeted the old man with a smile on his face. "I wanted to send you a message so I could find the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven without having to ask for directions. However, the spatial ring that stored your soul pearl was destroyed in the Azura hell." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only did the old man's eyes widen, but even Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked. The spatial ring was destroyed? Spatial rings were so tough that even powerful titled celestial emperors might not be able to destroy them. However, Feng Qingyang said the spatial ring was destroyed in the Azura Hell. Heavens! What exactly was there in the Azura Hell that could even destroy a storage ring? Moreover, the spatial ring belonged to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I see. The old man smiled wryly before he said with a sigh, I didn't expect you to go to the Azura Hell, Brother Feng. The Azura Hell is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's extremely dangerous. Even I don't have the courage to enter it. I didn't expect you to treat it as your backyard and enter it as you please. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, and asked, This must be your true disciple, right? It had been 100 years since Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had met for the first time. Over the past 100 years, after the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, they had, naturally, spread the news that their heavenly emperor had accepted a true disciple. After all, this was a huge matter that could shake the entire Devata realms. For this reason, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, had also heard about it. Little Tian, come and greet your senior Uncle Ding. At this moment, Feng Qingyang greeted Duan Lingtian. Your senior Uncle Ding is one of the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. His advanced devouring tactic, in particular, is capable of devouring his opponent's celestial origin, energy, and profundities. Duan Lingtian greets senior Uncle Ding. Duan Lingtian stepped forward. He could not help but feel shocked. The great devouring tactic of the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor was capable of devouring his opponent's celestial origin, energy, and profundities. After all, the elementary devouring tactic he had mastered was only capable of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to temporarily boost his strength. How could the advanced devouring tactic, the upgraded version of the elementary devouring tactic, be so powerful? Junior nephew Duan, don't listen to your master's nonsense. He's much stronger than me. Back then, when I found out that he had replaced me on the heavenly emperor ranking, I couldn't accept it, and went to look for him. In the end, I humiliated myself. I was humiliated, Ding Fu said as he shook his head. This was the first time Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, had spoken about this matter. In the past, other than Feng Qingyang, the only people who knew about this were the 2 disciples under him. Feng Qingyang, Ding Fu, and his 2 disciples did not know about this matter. Therefore, it was only natural that no one knew about this matter. Meanwhile, the people standing in front of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven looked at each other in shock when they heard the words of their heavenly emperor. As it turned out, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven had indeed challenged the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, he had lost. It's an unfair win. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, in his opinion, even if Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was a half-deity, he was only using his celestial origin energy. It was only natural that he was no match for Ding Fu. In his opinion, Ding Fu had an unfair advantage over Ding Fu. Chapter 34-43. Brother Feng, a loss is a loss. There's nothing unfair about it. Although I, Ding Fu, am unhappy that the title temple is messing with the heavenly emperor ranking, since you've defeated me, you should be ranked behind me. Ding Fu said calmly. If they still dare to rank me before you after I've been defeated by you, I'll definitely look for them. Upon hearing Ding Fu's words, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of him even though this was his first time meeting Ding Fu. It seemed like the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was a straightforward person. Brother Feng, all of you should come with me. This time, it's the title temple's turn to hold the battle of the geniuses in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. I've allocated an area for him. Currently, the people from the heavenly palaces and title temples of the other Devata realms are gathered there. Ding Fu beckoned to Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian, and the others as he led the way. The environment there is not bad. Naturally, there's no need for all of you to go there. I'll arrange a place for all of you to stay when the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses begins. Ding Fu was very enthusiastic. Naturally, Duanling Tian, Meng Luo, and Zhang Tian Yu knew the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was only so friendly and courteous because of Feng Qingyang. Brother Ding, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, just arrange for us to stay where the others are. Moreover, it's not a bad thing for the youngsters to meet the young geniuses from the other Devata realms. Brother Feng, you've given us a lot of thought. Ding Fu smiled and didn't press the issue. In the end, Ding Fu left with Feng Qingyang and Meng Luo. After all, the powerhouses from the heavenly palaces and the tidal temple were assigned to other places. As for the young geniuses who came to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, they were assigned to other places. Ding Fu asked one of his disciples to bring Duanling Tian and the others to the place where the young geniuses from the other Devata realms would be staying. You must be junior brother Duan, right? Master told me to take good care of you. The person who led Duanling Tian, Zhang Tianyu, and the others to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was a thin and ordinary-looking young man. However, his eyes were bright and piercing. The young man was thin and wore a loose gray robe, which made him look very inconspicuous. However, Duanling Tian knew the old man was a powerful titled celestial emperor. I've heard from Hualao that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven is a 9-star god of war. Both of his disciples are 7-star gods of war. Their strength is comparable to the weaker heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Looking at the young man in front of her, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. She recalled what Hualao had told her before. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi. Facing the other party's enthusiasm, Duanling Tian thanked him profusely. When the young man appeared and greeted his teacher, Feng Qingyang, he had already reported his name. Ding Fu, the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor, also called him by the name of the secret realm. Thus, Duanling Tian knew what his name was. Wei Qi. Immortal Emperor Gu long previously, Duanling Tian had heard about this person from Hualao. He knew Duanling Tian was stronger than Hualao and was on par with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Duanling Tian was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors under the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Moreover, he was the true disciple of Ding Fu, the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor. Therefore, his status in the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor palace was extremely high. Apart from that, Duanling Tian also had a junior sister who was slightly weaker than him. She was also a 7-star god of war. Junior brother Duan, as far as I know, ever since senior uncle Feng ascended to the Devata realms and became the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he has never accepted a true disciple. Countless geniuses have tried to become his disciple, but he has no intention of accepting any of them. Along the way, Wei Qi and Duanling Tian walked side by side. Wei Qi asked with a sigh, "How did you convince him to accept you as a true disciple?" When Wei Qi asked this question, Zhang Tianyu and the other two who were following behind them perked up their ears and stared at Duanling Tian's back. It was obvious they were curious about this as well. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Wei Qi's question. Master and I came from the same mundane realm. I was lucky enough to obtain his legacy in the mundane realm. That's how we became master and disciple. Mundane realm? Wei Qi was taken aback when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then, realization dawned on him. Junior brother Duan, you've become master and disciple with junior uncle Feng Qingyang. No wonder junior uncle Feng suddenly accepted you as a true disciple. Junior brother Duan, you're really lucky. After all, there are countless people who dream of becoming senior uncle Feng's disciple. After senior uncle Feng came out of the Azura Hell and had the strength to become a god, there were even more people who wanted to become his disciple. Moreover, many geniuses from heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms were brought by their seniors to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to visit junior uncle Feng. However, all of them were rejected by junior uncle Feng. In the end, Martial Uncle Feng took in the descendants of a few people who had helped him greatly during his growth as his unnamed disciples out of consideration for their feelings. Wei Qi said, however, he has never accepted a true disciple before. You're the first one. Yes, I'm really lucky. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not bother to explain. What could he say? Could he say those who wanted to become his master's disciple but were rejected by his master were inferior to him? So that's how the young master became Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. The young woman among the three people behind Duan Lingtian and Wei Qi, the granddaughter of Meng Luo's old friend, looked as though she had just been enlightened. At the same time, she looked at Zhang Tianyu, who was standing next to her, and said, Zhang Tianyu, I think the young palace master is quite lucky. Wan Ting, don't use me, Zhang Tianyu said nonchalantly. I know you can't wait for me to spar with Duan Lingtian to test his strength. If I win, you'll also spar with him. However, I'm not so easily manipulated. If you want to spar with him, go ahead. Even if I have to spar with him, it'll only be during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there's a chance for two people to encounter each other. Even if there's no chance, when one of them advances to the next round, the other person can still challenge the other person to advance to the next round. It was clear Zhang Tianyu was very familiar with the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wan Ting did not expect Zhang Tianyu to be so blunt. She felt slightly embarrassed and annoyed. Haha. At this moment, Wei Qi, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, laughed. Junior brother Duan, it seems like they're curious about your strength. Are you here to watch the show or to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? The latter. Duan Lingtian replied with a glint in his eyes. Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to Zhang Tianyu and Wan Ting's conversation at all. Both of them might be strong, but Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not to be trifled with. Now, even his cultivation base, which was the most difficult to improve, had already reached the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor level, let alone comprehending the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Even without the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor with a single strike. To put it bluntly, Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Wan Ting and Zhang Tianyu were no longer on the same level as him. Moreover, he knew most of the participants in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were at the same level as Wan Ting and Zhang Tianyu. Only a small number of people were stronger than Wan Ting and Zhang Tianyu. Therefore, his opponents this time were those people. Duan Lingtian did not think any of them were a threat to him. I, Duan Lingtian, am determined to win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely obtain the exploding element celestial fruit from the Tidal Temple. Even if the Tidal Temple has a trump card, I'll still defeat them. As long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, even the geniuses from the Tidal Temple won't be able to compete with me for first place. This was Duan Lingtian's determination to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wan Ting frowned slightly when she saw Duan Lingtian ignored their conversation. She did not know if the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was truly strong or if he was just lucky. If her uncle Meng Luo had not told her that the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was strong, she would have challenged him. The latter? Wei Qi's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He instinctively asked, Junior brother Duan, what's your goal? As far as I know, there are at least 2,000 people participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Most of them are the successors of reclusive powerhouses. My master once said there are some reclusive powerhouses in the Devata Realms who are even stronger than heavenly emperors. Some of them are even 7-star gods of war and 8-star gods of war. Even if it's a 9-star god of war, my master also knows of one. He's not a heavenly emperor. Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wei Qi's words. However, he was not surprised by Wei Qi's words since it was not impossible. After all, not everyone would compete to be a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Some people preferred to cultivate in seclusion. There was no lack of powerhouses among these people. Faced with Wei Qi's question, Duan Lingtian took his time to reveal his target. First place. Chapter 3444. First place. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, not only was Wei Qi stunned, but even Zhang Tianyu, Wan Ting, and the other young man were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. First place? Duan Ling Tian actually dared to claim first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Was he out of his mind? In your dreams! Zhang Tianyu was the first to regain his senses. He could not help but laugh mockingly. Don't you know what kind of people are participating in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Even if there are 2,000 people participating in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, there will only be about 20 people in each Devata Realm. The Devata Realms are so big. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses has gathered almost all the top geniuses under the age of 1,000 in the Devata Realms. Many of them are hidden from the world and rarely appear in public. That's because the rewards from the Tidal Temple are too tempting. Apart from the generous rewards, the Tidal Temple also opens a secret chamber that has been passed down since ancient times to the top rankers in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses so they can comprehend the laws. The secret chambers are filled with the profundities of the law. The profundities of the law are not ethereal since they can only be manifested with celestial origin energy. However, in the secret chambers of the Tidal Temple, the profundities of the law are energy. The more you can absorb, the more your profundities of the law will improve. It's precisely because of this that the Tidal Temple views the law rooms as their own lives. Even in the Tidal Temple, not everyone is allowed to enter the law rooms. Those who are allowed to enter the law chamber are all geniuses in the Tidal Temple, without exception. In the past, when the Tidal Temple first held the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, it did not open the secret chambers. Due to this reason, only a limited number of geniuses participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. After that, the Tidal Temple opened the secret chambers to those who rank first in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Since then, almost all geniuses under the age of 1,000 who are confident in their strength have flocked to the secret chambers. The temptation of the law chamber is too great. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu seemed to realize he had gone off topic. He said in a slightly fearful tone, I'm afraid you can't imagine what it would be like if all the most talented celestials under the age of 1,000 years old gathered together. Based on past experience, I'm a titled celestial emperor who's younger than 1,000 years old. Based on past experience, at least 30% of titled celestial emperors are born. People like Wang Ting, He Jianyi, and the others who aren't even as strong as titled celestial emperors are participating in the Devata Realm's genius battle just to watch the show. Naturally, if they're lucky and make it into the top 1,000, they'll be rewarded. As Zhang Tianyu spoke, he glanced at Wang Ting and the other young man beside him. Obviously, the other young man was called He Jianyi. Let's not talk about the past Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Let's talk about the current Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 would be able to defeat Zhang Tianyu in less than 10 moves. I, Zhang Tianyu, the strongest genius in the Mystic Sword sect, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, only have a chance of making it into the top 500. However, you're saying you're confident you'll rank first in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Are you kidding me? I'm afraid even the top 30 geniuses in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses would be able to defeat me in less than 3 moves, let alone the first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. I, Zhang Tianyu, wouldn't be able to withstand even 1 move from the top 10 geniuses. Zhang Tianyu's analysis was clear and logical. It was clear he had done his homework. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, Wan Ting and He Jianyi instinctively nodded in agreement. They agreed with He Jianyi's analysis. You said your goal is to rank first in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, but I'm afraid you haven't analyzed the past Devata Realm's Battles of the Geniuses, right? Zhang Tianyu's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I, Zhang Tianyu, have just become a titled celestial emperor. If I enter the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'll at most be a 1-star god of war. Let's not talk about the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. After all, nobody knows how strong the young geniuses are. Take the previous Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses as an example. Those who made it into the top 500 were at least 1-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 300 were at least 2-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 100 were at least 3-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 30 were at least 4-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 10 were at least 5-star gods of war. The person who ranked first in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses 1,000 years ago was a true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Yunhao. At that time, he was considered one of the strongest 5-star gods of war. However, after 1,000 years, he's already a 6-star god of war. A hint of excitement could be seen in Zhang Tianyou's eyes as he continued to say, "A 6-star god of war who's not even 2,000 years old. You can't imagine how powerful he is." Duan Lingtian did not react to Zhang Tianyou's words. However, when he heard Zhang Tianyou's words, he was slightly taken aback. A 6-star god of war who was not even 2,000 years old. If his judgment was correct, then his senior sister, Suya Si, from the Boundless Heavens Pond Palace, was already a 6-star war god even though she was less than 2,000 years old. Based on this, his eldest senior sister was comparable to the person who ranked first in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses 1,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian had heard about the person who ranked first in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses from his master, Feng Qingyang, when they were on their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Duan Lingtian knew the person was the last disciple of the heavenly emperor Yunhao. As for the heavenly emperor Yunhao, he was the person who ranked first in the heavenly emperor ranking of the Devata realms. It seems like eldest senior sister had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, even if her innate talent was shocking when she was 1,000 years old, she wouldn't be so strong now. She must have had a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian did not have much of a clue about this before. However, after listening to Zhang Tianyou's words, he realized that his first senior sister, Suya Si, was not an ordinary person. Junior brother Duan, he's quite objective. Wei Qi thought Duan Lingtian did not believe Zhang Tianyou's words when he saw Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. Young geniuses who are rarely seen in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses would appear in every Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. It's as though they've gone into hiding until the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Putting aside me, even my teacher hasn't been to the Tidal Temple's law chambers before. Regardless of whether it's me or my master, we'll be overjoyed if we have the chance to enter the Tidal Temple's stone room of laws. Wei Qi said. Senior brother Wei Qi, have you participated in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. No, I haven't. Wei Qi shook his head. I'm not very lucky. Everyone only has one chance to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. When I was qualified to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, I was only slightly over 200 years old. Although I was a celestial emperor before I turned 1,000 years old, my strength was only close to that of a titled celestial emperor. As Zhang Tianyou said, even if I participated in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, I wouldn't have been able to rank in the top 1,000. Wei Qi sighed. That's true. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Senior brother Wei Qi, I'm afraid not many people in the top 10 of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses are a match for you, right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wei Qi smiled. Although you're right, I'm only able to achieve what I have today because I have a good master. Indeed, more than half of the people who ranked in the top 10 of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses are still alive. However, there are also some who are on par with me. Among them, the strongest one is a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. He's much stronger than me. Wei Qi continued to say, many people who displayed great innate talent before they turned 1,000 years old might not be able to recover after a setback. However, there are also some people who were mediocre before they turned 1,000 years old who had a fortuitous encounter later on. In short, there are too many possibilities in this world. Junior brother Duan, you have junior uncle Feng as your master. Even if your results in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses are mediocre, with junior uncle Feng's guidance, you'll definitely become a powerful figure in the Devata realms in the future. You'll even have a chance to become a god. Wei Qi's eyes gleamed when he mentioned the words God Ascension. His gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian seemed to have a deeper meaning. Upon seeing Wei Qi's gaze, Duan Lingtian knew Wei Qi was aware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had become a god. Otherwise, Wei Qi would not have stared at him like this. It seems like you don't have confidence in me, senior brother Wei Qi. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. Junior brother Duan, it's not that I don't have confidence in you, but you're too arrogant. It's not that easy to rank first in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Moreover, the Tidal Temple even took out the exploding element celestial fruit to rank first in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. This means the Tidal Temple is determined to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to take out the exploding element celestial fruit. If the Tidal Temple is determined to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit, it means the young powerhouse from the Tidal Temple is at least a 5-star god of war. In fact, he might even be a 6-star god of war. Chapter 3445. A 6-star god of war? Needless to say, although he was already prepared, Wei Qi's words still shocked Duan Lingtian. In the past, the most outstanding young genius he had met was Su Yasi, his eldest senior sister from the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. She was not even 2,000 years old, but she was already a 6-star god of war. Her strength was on par with Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Although Su Yasi was outstanding, Duan Lingtian knew there were people like her in the other Devata realms. It was just that there were very few people like her in the other Devata realms. This was what he had known in the past. Since the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin, Duan Lingtian was certain there would be no lack of powerful titled celestial emperors among the top geniuses below the age of 1,000 in the Devata realms who would participate. Although age was a limitation, it was difficult for celestials below the age of 1,000 to achieve great things. However, the number of geniuses was huge. Moreover, due to the Tidal Temple's generous offer of time to comprehend the laws and secret chambers as a reward, not only would the outstanding geniuses participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, but even the disciples of reclusive powerhouses would participate as well. After all, the disciples of some reclusive powerhouses were not inferior to the outstanding geniuses. It was to the extent that even though some great powers had exceptional geniuses, because they were afraid of being poached in the past, they also hid and did not dare to rashly reveal themselves. However, these people would definitely participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in the Devata realms. Whether it was the spirit overarching heaven or the primeval heaven, they were only one of the 81 Devata realms. If there were more than 20 participants from each Devata realm, there would be more than 2,000 participants in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. How many people were there in a Devata realm? How many young people were there? Out of so many people, more than 20 of the most outstanding existences walked out. How could they be mediocre? Apart from Duan Lingtian, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi had also come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Among the three of them, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi were the strongest among them. His strength was somewhere between a 1-star celestial emperor and a 2-star celestial god of war. As for Wang Ting and He Jianyi, they were not even close to becoming titled celestial emperors yet. However, there was someone even more outstanding among the people from the solitary destructive heaven. They would follow the people from the Tidal Temple. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the descendants and disciples of titled celestial emperors did not lack resources and environment. However, due to their lack of talent and comprehension, they were not qualified to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. There were a few outstanding people who were not qualified to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms because they were too young and had yet to show their true strength. These people were simply unlucky. They were only 200 to 400 years old when the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms started. After all, if they were given a few hundred years, they would be able to become titled celestial emperors and become elites among titled celestial emperors. Junior brother Duan, how old are you? Wei Qi asked curiously. Upon hearing Wei Qi's words, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. Although they had heard Meng Luo mention the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo had only said the young master was younger than any of them. He did not mention the exact age of the young master. Over 600 years old. Although Duan Lingtian often lost track of time when he was cultivating, he could roughly guess Duan Lingtian's age. Over 600 years old? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only were Zhang Tianyu and the others stunned, but even Wei Qi was shocked as well. Junior brother Duan, based on your age, I'm afraid you're one of the youngest participants in the Devata Realm's genius battle. Based on what I know, there are very few people who are younger than 800 years old who participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata Realms. Even if there are, it's rare. After all, no matter how high one's innate talent and comprehension ability are, it takes time to accumulate strength. There's a limit to how much one can accumulate strength at such a young age. Wei Qi glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed before he said, Junior brother Duan, you're really unlucky. If you're over 900 years old, you'd be able to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata Realms. However, you're only 600 years old. At this moment, Wei Qi completely dismissed Duan Lingtian's claim of winning first place in the Devata Realm's genius battle as a joke. He did not think a 600-year-old man would be able to win first place in the Devata Realm's genius battle. Based on what I know, Wang Ting said mockingly as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. In the history of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, the youngest person to win first place is over 900 years old, right? I know that as well. He Jian nodded in agreement. To be more precise, that person was only 906 years old. 906 years old was the youngest person to win first place in the history of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, Duan Lingtian said he was only over 600 years old. How could he win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses when he was only 600 years old? Even if Lord Heavenly Emperor is a peerless genius, it's impossible for him to win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses at such a young age. Even if Duan Lingtian surpasses his master, it's impossible for him to break the record. Whether it was Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, or even He Jianyi, they all thought the same. At this moment, none of them believed Duan Lingtian would be able to win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Bad luck? When Duan Lingtian heard Wei Qi's words and saw Zhang Tianyu and the others' mocking gazes, naturally, he knew they did not believe him. However, he merely chuckled inwardly when he saw this. In the past few hundred years, he had faced a lot of mockery and disdain. He was already used to it. This was nothing compared to this. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to explain himself to them. We're here. This is the place. Along with the appearance of a vast expanse of flat land before their eyes, rows of exquisite wooden houses that were arranged in a crisscrossing manner appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Wei Qi's voice sounded out in a timely manner by the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others could see that there were many people gathered around. Many people were gathered in front of the wooden houses. As soon as they appeared, many people turned to look at them. Junior brother Duan, you can stay in any of the wooden houses that are empty. Once you're in there, you can carve some words on the door that says there's someone inside to avoid being disturbed. Wei Qi said to Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. At the same time, he raised his hand and took out a soul pearl and handed it to Duan Lingtian. This is my soul pearl. You can send me a message if you need anything, junior brother Duan. After he finished speaking, Wei Qi bid farewell and left amidst Duan Lingtian's thanks. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Wei Qi left, before Duan Lingtian could make a move, Wang Ting turned to look at him with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Tianyu said he'll only fight you after the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Why don't we have a spar now? After learning that Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 600 years old, Wang Ting could not help but feel tempted. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. She was certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the future, when Duan Lingtian grew stronger under the guidance of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he would definitely surpass her. You're not a match for me. Faced with Wang Ting's challenge, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at her indifferently before he teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the wooden houses that were arranged in an intricate pattern. There's no one in that wooden house. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the row of wooden houses. Finally, his gaze landed on one of the wooden houses. There were no words carved on the wooden house. Brother, where did you come from? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter the wooden house, a tall and burly young man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. The solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he nodded. The solitary destructive heaven? The burly young man's eyes lit up. What a coincidence! I've been wanting to visit the solitary destructive heaven for a long time. I heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has attained godhood. He's ranked third on the heavenly emperor ranking. He once came out of the Azura hell alive and shocked all the Devata realms. Moreover, he's known as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven, right? The burly young man grew excited as he continued to say, I heard he'll be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He's my idol, and I finally have the chance to meet him. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not expect to meet an admirer of his master as soon as he arrived in the solitary destructive heaven. Brother, I'm Tang Sanpao. What's your name? The burly young man became even more enthusiastic when he learned Duan Lingtian was from the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian. Brother, since you're from the solitary destructive heaven, have you met Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Lingtian was about to tell Feng Qingyang that he was leaving when Feng Qingyang asked, Brother, since you're from the solitary destructive heaven, have you met Feng Qingyang? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Tang Sanpao said with an envious expression on his face, Let alone the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, I haven't even met the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm I'm from. However, even if I haven't met him, I'll surpass him sooner or later. Tang Sanpao said solemnly. Chapter 3446. All right, good luck. Duan Lingtian nodded at Tang Sanpao. Then, he ignored Tang Sanpao and entered the wooden house he had chosen and disappeared inside. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, 3 figures appeared in front of Tang Sanpao. These 3 people seemed to have come with brother Duan Lingtian. Tang Sanpao walked up to the 3 of them and asked warmly, The 3 of you came with brother Lingtian? Are all of you from the solitary destructive heaven like him? Yes. He Jian nodded. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, on the other hand, ignored him. Did you come with the tidal temple or the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Tang Sanpao asked again. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, He Jian replied. That's right. It seems like brother Lingtian didn't lie to me. He really did meet the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Tang Sanpao exclaimed in realization. Does this mean the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has come to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven as well? Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wang Ting looked at Tang Sanpao mockingly when she heard Tang Sanpao's words. She said, I'm afraid you don't know that Duan Lingtian is the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, right? How dare you ask a person like him if he has met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wang Ting could not help but laugh when she finished speaking. At this moment, even Zhang Tianyu and He Jian's expressions changed when they looked at Tang Sanpao. What? On the other hand, Tang Sanpao was shocked by Wang Ting's words. He's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although he had heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted a true disciple decades ago, he had wondered who was so talented that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would take a liking to him. He did not expect the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would appear right in front of him. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Although the conversation between Wang Ting and Tang Sanpao was not loud, there were quite a few people standing nearby. With their hearing, even though they were quite far away, they were still able to hear the conversation between the two of them. Everyone's attention was focused on the wooden hut as well. They had seen Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, who was ranked third on the heavenly emperor ranking. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has never accepted a true disciple before. This must be his first true disciple, right? Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I wonder how strong he is, but since he's participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Many people were discussing among themselves. Whether it was Feng Qingyang or Duan Lingtian, both of them held high regard for Duan Lingtian. Humph! Wang Ting scoffed when she heard these people's discussion. I'm afraid you're unaware that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven accepted Duan Lingtian as a true disciple because Duan Lingtian obtained the heavenly emperor's legacy in the mundane realm, right? Moreover, do you know how old Duan Lingtian is? He's only slightly over 600 years old. When she recalled Duan Lingtian's attitude when facing her challenge earlier, Wang Ting felt a strand of nameless rage arise within her. At that moment, she had a feeling of being humiliated. Based on Duan Lingtian's attitude, it was clear he thought she was beneath his dignity. How could she, Wang Ting, who was considered one of the strongest among the younger generation in the solitary destructive heaven, be looked down upon by Duan Lingtian? What? He's only slightly over 600 years old? As it turns out, he obtained the legacy of the heavenly emperor of Feng Qingyang in the mundane realm and became a disciple of the heavenly emperor of Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, the people present on the scene began to whisper among themselves. They felt they had overestimated Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary person. Even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were heaven-defying, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything at such a young age. As it turns out, he's just lucky. At this moment, many people felt Duan Lingtian was only able to become the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. Since Feng Qingyang did not leave behind any legacy in the Devata realms, he did not have a true disciple. For a time, the attitude of the group of people towards Duan Lingtian was slightly underestimated. Naturally, there was one exception. This person was none other than Tang Sanpao. I have a feeling that Brother Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. Before Tang Sanpao joined the Tidal Temple to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, no one knew about him. After all, he had been cultivating with his master in a remote village. His master was very powerful. His master had even defeated Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, he had not become his master's disciple. A few hundred years ago, when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian had seen his master sulking for a long time. When Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, escaped from the Azura Hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian could still remember clearly. Duan Lingtian's master had left him behind and went to the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had said he wanted to meet his old friend who had escaped death. However, Duan Lingtian knew his master was not interested in him at all. There was no way his master was only there to meet Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. He must have heard that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was rumored to have attained godhood, and wanted to spar with him. Duan Lingtian's master had returned with a grim expression on his face. Although his master did not say anything, Duan Lingtian knew his master had been defeated. It was at that time that he began to regard Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, as his idol. In his impression, his master had always had the attitude of being the boss of the heavens, and second to him. Even if he didn't appear in the world, it was still the same. Among those other hidden experts, there were very few who could be his master's opponent, and they all respected his master very much. That was also the first time he had seen his master so defeated. Moreover, he had always been bullied by his master. When he saw his master suffering in front of others, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was as though someone had avenged him. For this reason, he had regarded Feng Qingyang as his idol. Now that he had left the solitary destructive heaven, he had regarded himself as one of Feng Qingyang's admirers. I really didn't expect Brother Ling Tian to be Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Tang Sanpeo's eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he thought to himself, although Feng Qingyang is my idol, if I can defeat Brother Ling Tian in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, I'll definitely be able to gain face in front of that old man. You can't defeat his master, but I've defeated him. This can be considered as the student surpassing the master, right? If that's the case, you won't be able to torture me so cruelly in the future, right? I've indirectly avenged you. This was Tang Sanpeo's current state of mind. Although the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had prepared 3,000 wooden houses, not even 1/3 of them were fully occupied. Half a month after Duan Lingtian arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, a group of people arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The person in the lead was a black-clad old man. Behind the black-robed old man, there were 2 other black-robed men. Behind them, there was a group of youthful and energetic young men and women. Feng Qingtian, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, and Igumo. The black-clad old man standing in front of the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven replied in a hoarse voice. Chun. So it's Palace Master Mo? The people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven bowed respectfully when they heard the black-clad old man's words. The palace masters of tidal palaces in Devata realms were in no way inferior to the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. In fact, some palace masters of tidal palaces had even obtained the title of 8-star god of war or 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. In the Devata realms, even the hall master of a tidal temple's branch in a Devata realm was not inferior to the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Agumo was the palace master of Feng Qingtian's tidal temple. At this moment, apart from the 2 vice palace masters of the tidal temple who were also wearing black robes, there were also 16 young men and women following behind Agumo. Among them, there were 13 young men and 3 young women. Palace Master Mo, please come in. Soon after, a figure flew out of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. It was none other than Wei Qi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who had escorted Duan Lingtian to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven rarely attended the Battle of the Geniuses. After all, only those who were stronger or on par with him would be welcomed by the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Although Agumo, the palace master of Feng Qingtian's tidal temple, was an 8-star god of war who was stronger than many heavenly emperors and vice palace masters of tidal temples in Devata realms, he was not worthy of being welcomed by the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Gulong Celestial Emperor. Agumo was not angry that Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, did not come out to greet him. Instead, he smiled warmly at Wei Qi and said, "After you've taken care of these little fellows, please bring me and my 2 vice palace masters to meet Lord Heavenly Emperor." Of course. Wei Qi nodded with a faint smile. Chapter 34-47. When Wei Qi led Agumo and the others into the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he glanced at the 16 young men and women standing behind them. Palace Master Agamo, are these the people the Feng Qing Tian Title Temple brought here to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Wei Qi asked with a smile. Almost all of them, but not all of them. Agamo smiled faintly and said, There's one more person missing. He likes to train outside, so he should be in the primeval heaven by now. He'll be here before the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses begins. At that time, I'll have to trouble you to bring him here with me. Agamo replied. Oh? Wei Qi's eyes glinted. He's so arrogant. Did the Tidal Temple nurture him? Agamo smiled awkwardly upon hearing Wei Qi's words. Emperor Gulong, do you think I won't be able to control him if he's nurtured by the Tidal Temple? Since the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin, naturally, I'd want him to come with us. However, he insisted on coming later, so there's nothing I can do about it. Agamo sighed. It seems like he's not simple. Wei Qi's eyes flashed. Since Palace Master Agamo is willing to compromise, he must be at least a 3-star war god, right? A 3-star war god. In the previous Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, such young geniuses were more than enough to rank in the top 100. In fact, the stronger ones could even rank in the top 50. In Wei Qi's opinion, the young genius had to be at least a 3-star war god for someone like Agamo to compromise. Agamo smiled mysteriously in response to Wei Qi's question. Emperor Gulong, allow me to keep you in suspense. You'll be able to see his performance when the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses begins. Wei Qi was taken aback when he saw the mysterious smile on Agamo's face. It seemed like he was still keeping his speculation to himself. Otherwise, Agamo would not have reacted in such a manner. I'll wait and see. Since Agamo clearly didn't want to talk about it now, Wei Qi didn't ask anymore. Following that, Zhou Dongwang ordered someone to send the 16 young men and women to the place where the participants of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses would stay. Help me ask those 16 young people. I'm very curious about the strength of the last person that Feng Qingtian's Tidal Temple branch brought this time. He should be at least a 4-star war god. Wei Qi ordered the person he arranged. And the other party, after about 15 minutes, also gave him a reply. Lord Wei Qi, I've asked around. However, they don't know exactly how strong that person is. They only know that none of them are a match for the other party. And among these people, there are 2 2-star war gods. It can be confirmed that that person is at least a 3-star war god, or even stronger. I asked them about that person's name. They know about this. That person is called Ling Jueyun. In a desolate mountain in the primeval heaven. Swoosh. 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 In the blink of an eye, in front of a vast valley in the mountains, a colossal figure fell down, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the body of a huge celestial beast was revealed. At the same time, a figure hovered in the sky. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a long gray robe. He had a cold expression on his face, and a sheathed sword hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was looking at the corpse of the celestial beast on the ground coldly. He muttered to himself, It's about time to head to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Right now, Hall Master Agamo should have already arrived. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize the young man immediately. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyun. He was the young master of the Ling clan in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. After the Ling clan was annihilated, he managed to escape to a Devata realm with the help of Huanger, the artifact soul of his sister's artifact. The spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was closed every 10,000 years. During these years, Ling Jueyun had been cultivating in the Devata realms, traveling from one Devata realm to another. Initially, he was in the spirit overarching heaven. It was also at that time that he met Duan Lingtian. Through him, Duan Lingtian managed to obtain a new sword soul for the 7 orifices exquisite sword. It was the current sword soul Huanger. After Ling Jueyun left the spirit overarching heaven, he went to the Yen Huang heaven. After that, he went to a few Devata realms. During the registration for the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, Ling Jiuyun happened to be in the Fengqing heaven. For this reason, he went to the Fengqing heavens branch of the Tidal Temple to register for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He successfully passed the assessment and obtained a spot to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Naturally, he managed to obtain a spot without much effort. He even attracted the attention of Hall Master Agumo, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch of the Tidal Temple. After that, Agumo decided to test him. Then, he told Agumo that he would not stay in the Tidal Temple and wait for the start of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He would return to the primeval heaven to train before the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He would inform Agumo through voice transmission when he was ready to go to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. A hint of anticipation flashed in Ling Jiuyun's eyes as he thought to himself, I haven't seen him for a few hundred years, and Sister Huangra as well. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure his strength has improved a lot. I wonder if he'll participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I hope he'll participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. After all, both of us only have a chance to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. When the next Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses begins, both of us will be over 1,000 years old. A person could conceal his or her aura and age. However, it was impossible for him or her to fake his or her age. Naturally, some of the young powerhouses from the Devata Realms who participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were reincarnated. Their bodies might be young, but their souls were old monsters. Although these people had reincarnated through possession, their cultivation bases were restricted by their bodies. Regardless of how strong they were in the past, they would not be able to unleash their former strength in their new bodies. Moreover, their souls were suppressed to the point where their cultivation bases were compatible with their bodies. For this reason, the terrifying thing about these people was that they had a lot of combat experience compared to their peers. As for other aspects, they did not have much of an advantage. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Ling Jiuyun, they would not be able to reincarnate through possession. Unless they were reincarnated through possession. Otherwise, they would only be able to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses once in their lives. I'll head to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven in a few days. After making up his mind, Ling Jiuyun left the mountain in a flash and continued on his journey. In the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the Jade Emperor Territory. In the Tidal Temple's branch. Now all of you will follow me to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Once we're there, I hope all of you will work hard to improve your strength and achieve a good result in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven was an old woman dressed in a long black robe. Her face was skinny and ferocious, and her eyes were as sharp as swords. When the 19 young men and women met her gaze, most of them instinctively lowered their heads. Only a few people's expressions did not change, and they did not do anything. Seeing this, the old woman cast a look of praise and satisfaction at the few of them. Let's go. The palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch, one of the vice palace masters, and the 19 young geniuses who had passed the Tidal Temple's test were brought to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven through the transportation formation in the Tidal Temple's branch. Then they made their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses this time will be a gathering of top geniuses from various Devata realms. If there are no mishaps, Duan Lingtian will definitely participate as well. Among the group of young men and women from the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was a familiar face of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than Suli. When Duan Lingtian first met Suli in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Suli's achievements were already on par with Duan Lingtian's. Now that several hundred years had passed, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved tremendously. On the other hand, Suli had the support of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Moreover, with the help of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's secret technique, his strength had improved tremendously. For this reason, he was able to obtain a spot to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses from the Tidal Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Suli was one of the young men whom the old woman, the palace master of the Jade Emperor Heaven's title temple, had looked at with approval. Su Li and the others were the most outstanding among the 19 young talents who were brought to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven by the Jade Emperor Heaven's title temple's branch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that more than one acquaintance would be participating in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, he was immersed in comprehending the law of space. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, his comprehension of the law of space had improved tremendously. However, at this moment, he deliberately slowed down as thoughts flashed in his mind. He wanted to fuse the profundities from the law of space into his sword techniques to create his own sword Dao. Naturally, the foundation of his sword Dao was his master's sword Dao, Feng Qingyang's sword Dao. In other words, his master, Feng Qingyang, had helped him overcome the most difficult hurdle. Chapter 34-48. As the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses drew closer, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven became more and more lively. The heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms, high-ranking officials from the title temple's branches, and the young geniuses gathered together to celebrate. Since the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged a separate area for the participants of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, the other areas of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven were quiet. Everyone in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, regardless of whether they were participating in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses or not, was filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. That's Sukunhu, the last disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Changyun heaven. He's only slightly over 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. At this moment, a young man appeared in the living quarters arranged by the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven for the participants of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. This was a slender young man. His entire body was soft and boneless. His figure was extremely similar to a woman's. His handsome face revealed an enchanting aura. His long hair draped over his back like a waterfall. If he wasn't wearing a man's robe, perhaps someone would have mistaken him for a woman. She was certain that if this handsome young man were to change into women's clothing, he would definitely be an extremely beautiful woman. He's Sukunhu? Heavens! He's only slightly over 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. It's almost certain that he'll rank in the top 100 in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. He's unlucky. If the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses was held 100 years later, his strength would definitely be comparable to a 4-star god of war. There's nothing he can do about it. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is held once every 1,000 years, and the time is fixed. He can only accept it if he's unlucky. When Sukunhu, the last disciple of Celestial Emperor Chan Yuntian, appeared, the eyes of many people who recognized him lit up. As these people spoke, the gazes of those who had never seen Sukunhu, but had only heard of Sukunhu, fell on him. Sukunhu sensed the surrounding gazes and smiled amicably at the group of people around him. His charming smile caused the hearts of many people around him to tremble. Heavens! I can't believe I'm attracted to a man! Oh my God! Is this really just a man? Only when Sukunhu found a wooden hut to stay in did the attention of the group of people outside shift away. Then, another exclamation was heard. Oh my God! That's Meng Fangui, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in Xianyuan heaven. Following this exclamation, the gazes of everyone present immediately landed on a black-robed young man with a medium build and ordinary appearance, but a pair of exceptionally spirited eyes. He's Meng Fangui? The number one person among the younger generation of the Dream Profound sect, the person who killed a 3-star war god several decades ago. This Meng Fangui is not even 1,000 years old? He is suspected to have the strength of a 4-star war god. 4-star war god? With such strength, he should be able to rank in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle, right? Meng Fangui's appearance attracted even more attention. In the past, his fame might not have been as great as Sukunhu's. However, dozens of years ago, Meng Fangui had killed a 3-star war god, causing his fame to surpass Sukunhu's. Today, His fame was much greater than Su Kunhu's. Compared to Su Kunhu, Meng Fangui was much more aloof. After he appeared, he ignored the gazes of the people around him and found a wooden hut to stay in. Meng Fangui's dream profound sex specializes in illusory techniques. Moreover, Meng Fangui has comprehended the law of darkness. Coupled with his illusory techniques, I'm afraid Meng Fangui's illusory techniques are unrivaled in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. That's right. I've never heard of anyone who's skilled in illusory techniques defeating or killing a 3-star war god. That's not necessarily true. The Devata realms are unimaginably huge. The Devata realm's genius battle attracts the descendants and disciples of reclusive powerhouses. How do you know there's no one who's skilled in illusory techniques among the younger generation of reclusive powerhouses? That's true. Let alone the younger generation of reclusive powerhouses, even the younger generation of the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces are well hidden. Not many people know of their existence. In the past, more than half of the participants in the Devata realm's genius battle were dark horses. I'm sure it won't be an exception this time. As more and more people gathered, the place where the young geniuses who were participating in the Devata realm's genius battle became more and more lively. Naturally, most of the people who had the time to chat and watch the young geniuses who were participating in the Devata realm's genius battle were mediocre. They did not expect to be ranked in the Devata realm's genius battle. They only wanted to show their faces and join in the fun. However, these people had relied on their own strength to pass the Tidal Temple's assessment to qualify for the Devata realm's genius battle. Their strength was close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Without strength, it was impossible for them to pass the Tidal Temple's assessment. Naturally, these people were mediocre compared to the young geniuses from the Devata realms who were participating in the Devata realm's genius battle. However, in their respective sects, they were famous geniuses who were famous in the Devata realms. Due to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms, they were overshadowed by the peerless geniuses in front of them. Since they were destined to be ranked in the Devata realm's genius battle, they might as well step out of their wooden houses and witness the brilliance of these young geniuses. In the past, they had only heard of these young geniuses, but now, they would be able to see them with their own eyes. In the past, they were the ones who enjoyed the treatment of being looked up to in their respective sections. Now, they had to look up to others. Due to this difference, many people were motivated to improve themselves. However, there were also many people who felt powerless. They felt that they were too inferior to these young geniuses. That's Tuoba Jing, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the spirit overarching heaven. Soon after, a tall and well-built young man dressed in brocade robes appeared, attracting many people's attention. Tuoba Jing is not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a 4-star god of war. 20 years ago, someone witnessed Tuoba Jing killing 2 3-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Naturally, the 2 3-star gods of war didn't join forces. Even so, it's enough to prove that he's a 4-star god of war. As expected of a disciple of a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm. He's really outstanding. The appearance of another outstanding disciple of a heavenly emperor attracted everyone's attention. Speaking of a heavenly emperor's disciple, I'm more interested in the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Someone said all of a sudden. As soon as he spoke, a series of discussions broke out. Lord Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is one of the most popular heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Not only did he come from the Azura Hell, but he even has a true disciple. After Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, he was ranked 3rd on the heavenly emperor ranking. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was originally ranked 3rd, didn't have any objections. It's clear that he's stronger than the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. However, he's widely acknowledged as a legendary heavenly emperor in the Devata realms. It has only been 10,000 years since he rose to power. In just 10,000 years, he's said to have become a god. Not many people in the history of the Devata realms have achieved this. I wonder if the only true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has arrived. As the discussion continued, some people who knew about Feng Qingyang's true disciple began to talk. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple has arrived a long time ago. However, he hasn't left since he arrived. What kind of person is he? He must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, right? Many people asked curiously. I'm afraid all of you will be disappointed. He was accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang because he obtained the legacy left behind by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang in the mundane realm. That's why he was accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I'm afraid all of you aren't aware that Feng Qingyang's true disciple is only slightly over 600 years old. How great can he be at such a young age? How can you expect such a person to perform well in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses? Everyone fell silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. No one expected the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to be such a person. It was all due to luck that he became the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he was only slightly over 600 years old. It seems like there's nothing much to look forward to as a true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Many people sighed. Initially, I thought the person who was accepted as a true disciple by the legendary Heavenly Emperor must be very outstanding. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. What a pity. Most of the people present on the scene were disappointed when they learned about Duan Lingtian's background. Chapter 34-49. The appearance of young geniuses who were famous in the Devata realms attracted many people's attention. Of course, there were also many people who were not well known, but were not weak. Few people knew them, so when they appeared, they were almost forgotten and did not attract any attention. Duan Lingtian was unaware that two of his acquaintances had come to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He was unaware that most of the young geniuses who had come to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses thought he was only here to watch the show. Most of them thought he was only slightly over 600 years old, so it was impossible for him to perform well in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. As the saying went, there was no dispute. Where there were people, there would be disputes. In the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, there were disputes every few days. As long as no one died, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven who were in charge of monitoring the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would not interfere. Although most of the young geniuses here were younger than 1,000 years old, they were still top geniuses from all over the Devata realms. The strongest among them were comparable to a 5-star god of war. For this reason, the person in charge of monitoring the Devata realm's battle of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was a 6-star god of war titled Celestial Emperor. Only a titled Celestial Emperor with the strength of a 6-star god of war would be able to suppress a group of young geniuses from all over the Devata realms. There's a young genius in our Jade Emperor heaven who's over 600 years old who passed the Tidal Temple's test and obtained the right to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Is there anyone from the Langyuan heaven who's so young? A prodigy from the Jade Emperor heaven and a prodigy from the Langyuan heaven were bickering. In the end, the prodigy from the Jade Emperor heaven mentioned that there was a young prodigy in the Jade Emperor heaven who had passed the Tidal Temple's test and obtained the qualification to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms at the age of 600. Humph! Lang Yuantian snorted coldly. Not to be outdone, he said. Who knows if the difficulty of the Jade Emperor heaven's titled God Emperor Branch Hall's assessment is too low? A 600-year-old man actually passed the assessment. The test was too easy? The Jade Emperor sneered. Su Li's strength is ranked at the top among all of us who have passed the Tidal Temple's test. Do you really think he passed the test because it was easy? Do you want to spar with me? The battle intent in the Jade Emperor's eyes soared. Let's do it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just like that, Lang Yuantian and Jade Emperor Heaven's genius fought fiercely. In the end, the two of them were evenly matched, and neither was at a disadvantage. Their strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. This scene didn't surprise the onlookers. What surprised them more was that the genius from Jade Emperor Heaven actually said that there was a 600-year-old man who was stronger than him. His strength was close to that of a titled celestial emperor. If that person was stronger than him, did that person have to be a titled celestial emperor? A 600-year-old titled celestial emperor? Oh my God! Even in the history of the Devata realms, a titled celestial emperor who's over 600 years old is as rare as a phoenix's feather or a Chilean's horn. Really? When the news of a 600-year-old titled celestial emperor in the Jade Emperor Heaven spread, it caused quite a stir. Many people remembered the name. Suli. Suli is only slightly over 600 years old, and he's already a titled celestial emperor? Duan Lingtian heard many people talking about Suli as soon as he walked out of the wooden house. A genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven? It seems like Suli has improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. It was not difficult for him to guess the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven was his good friend, Suli. Previously, when Duan Lingtian visited the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Suli had made a breakthrough. Moreover, with the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's foundation, it would not be difficult for Suli to rise if they nurtured him. Moreover, before he left, he had heard from Zhuge Feng, the leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Ganjiang progeny, that the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect planned to create a powerhouse who could lead the sect to glory. The person who was chosen was none other than Suli. Everyone had high hopes for Suli. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect hoped that Suli would be able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven and replace him. Only then would the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect be able to rise in the Jade Emperor Heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's arrival attracted many people's attention. That's Duan Lingtian? He's the true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's handsome and has an extraordinary bearing. However, what can he achieve at the age of 600? Both of them are over 600 years old, but I'm afraid Suli from the Jade Emperor Heaven can easily crush him. Many people compared Suli to Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was far inferior to Suli. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this at all. He asked around and confirmed the location of the people from the Tidal Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven before he made his way there. All the people from the Tidal Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven were gathered together. When Duan Lingtian arrived, many people from the Jade Emperor Heaven stared at him. They were not blind. It was not difficult for them to figure out the purple-clad young man's identity when they heard the voice from afar. The purple-clad young man was the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Although the Jade Emperor Heaven had a 600-year-old titled Celestial Emperor, they did not think the purple-clad young man was comparable to the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. After all, in the history of the Devata realms, there were very few titled Celestial Emperors who were as young as Duan Lingtian. It was rare for two titled Celestial Emperors to exist in the same era. May I ask where Suli is? Duan Lingtian asked politely with a smile on his face as he looked at a young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven. You're looking for Suli? The young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven frowned slightly. Then, he shook his head and said, Duan Lingtian, I know you're the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You're feeling indignant after being told that you're weaker than Suli. However, I advise you that it's best that you don't do that. You'll only bring shame to yourself. Suli's strength isn't as simple as a new titled Celestial Emperor. Based on his words, it was clear he was trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing the young genius's words, Duan Lingtian knew the young genius had misunderstood him. His eyes lit up when he heard the young genius's words. He's not as simple as a new titled Celestial Emperor? Didn't that mean that Suli's strength had already reached the level of a 2-star war god? You've misunderstood me. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven and said, I'm not here to spar with Suli. Suli is my friend. Suli is your friend? The young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Su Li would be acquainted with the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, Duan Lingtian even claimed Su Li was his friend. Naturally, the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven knew Su Li would not lie about being his friend. Su Li's talent and strength might be higher than his, but his status meant that the current Su Li, and even the future Su Li, would have to look up to him. With the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven leading the way, Duan Lingtian soon met Su Li. Duan Lingtian, I heard you were here as soon as I arrived. Su Li laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian. However, I heard from them that you've been in closed-door cultivation since the moment you arrived, so I didn't disturb you. Let's talk inside. Under the shocked gazes of the young geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven, Su Li led Duan Lingtian into his wooden hut. It seems like Su Li and Duan Lingtian aren't ordinary friends. That's right. It feels like they've been good friends for many years. How does Su Li know such a person? While the young geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven were discussing among themselves, Duan Lingtian and Su Li had already entered the wooden hut. The wooden hut was very spacious. After both of them entered, they sat at the wooden table in front of the bed. Su Li, it's been a few hundred years since we last met. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Have you been well all these years? I've been well. Su Li nodded with a smile. All these years, the sect has spared no effort in nurturing me. However, it's also because of this that I feel a lot of pressure. Because I know that they have high hopes for me. When Su Li reached the end of his sentence, the smile on his face turned bitter. Now you should know their goal, right? Duan Lingtian asked. During his last visit to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he learned from Zhuge Feng, the leader of the Ganjiang progeny, about the sect's future prospects. He learned that Zhuge Feng had high hopes for Su Li to defeat the current Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, at that time, Su Li was unaware of this. Even Zhuge Feng had reminded him not to tell Su Li about this for the time being so that Su Li would not feel pressured. Based on your words, you already knew about this? The bitter smile on Su Li's face widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. I already knew about it the last time we met. However, since the person who told me about this has told me not to tell you, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Moreover, I'm afraid it might affect you if I tell you. Su Li shook his head and sighed. There's no turning back now. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect has invested too much in me. I can only help them achieve their goals according to their vision of the future. You can do it. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Perhaps I'll have a Heavenly Emperor as my friend one day. Chapter 3450. I still have a long way to go. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the bitter smile on Su Li's face widened. Then, as though he had recalled something, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said enviously, No matter how hard I work, I'll only be able to become a Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, you're the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Do you know how many people envy you? They say even if you're a blockhead, with the help of the legendary Heavenly Emperor, you'll definitely be enlightened. After all, the legendary Heavenly Emperor is the fastest to rise among all the Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. Not only that, but his rise is legendary as well, Su Li said. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly and said, Duan Lingtian, I'm a big fan of your master. When will you bring me to meet the legendary Heavenly Emperor? I've always wanted to meet him. He's from the same mundane realm as me, and he's so accomplished in just 10,000 years. Due to his relationship with Duan Lingtian, Su Li knew Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was Feng Qingyang, the Sword Saint of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. As a sword celestial, he had an inexplicable sense of admiration for Feng Qingyang. I'll ask my master if he's free now. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. Then, he smiled and said, I've mentioned you to my master before. He's very impressed with your innate talent and fortuitous encounters. How can I compare to you? Su Li smiled wryly. I was brought to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect from the mundane realm, but you ascended to the Devata realm on your own. Su Li was very clear about his and Duan Lingtian's encounters. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he was more like a flower in a greenhouse. Duan Lingtian had truly relied on himself to get to where he was today. As for Duan Lingtian, he had gone to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect as soon as he had arrived in the Devata realms to receive the best training. Although he occasionally went out to train, he was mostly protected, so he did not feel threatened at all. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who had come all this way, once he encountered danger, there was only a slim chance of survival. Master wants us to go now. Duan Lingtian quickly received a message from his master, Feng Qingyang. He immediately stood up and said to Su Li with a smile. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes immediately lit up. At the same time, a hint of nervousness involuntarily appeared on his face. He was clearly a little nervous. Duan Lingtian, do I need to tidy up again? As he spoke, Su Li looked at what he was wearing and asked nervously. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly when he saw Su Li's anxious expression. Su Li, Master is very easygoing. There's no need for you to worry too much. Even so, I can't help but feel nervous. Su Li smiled wryly. After all, he's an invincible sword celestial, a legendary heavenly emperor. Before entering the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Feng Qingyang was widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. However, after coming out of the Azura Hell, Feng Qingyang was widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the Devata realms. There was no sword celestial in the Devata realms who was a match for him. Naturally, many people said that since Feng Qingyang was suspected to have attained godhood, he should not be called a sword celestial but a sword god instead. However, no matter what, Feng Qingyang was like a flag in the eyes of the sword celestials in the Devata realms. As one of the sword celestials in the Devata realms, Su Li could not help but feel anxious when he learned he was about to meet the invincible sword celestial. It was only when he saw Feng Qingyang that Su Li's mood gradually calmed down. Greetings, Senior Feng Qingyang. Su Li bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang nodded and smiled at Su Li. Su Li, I've heard about you from Little Tian. You're not simple to be able to come so far after leaving your hometown, the Saint Province realm. In the history of the Saint Province realm, there had been many people who had ascended to the Devata realm. However, most of them had died in accidents after ascending to the Devata realms. Even if they did not die, they did not accomplish much. Only a few of them managed to make a name for themselves. In the past, when Feng Qingyang had just ascended to the Devata realms, he did not have such a feeling. He had met many people from various mundane realms, but he had never heard of anyone who was extraordinary and came from the Saint Province realm. Naturally, he could understand this. After all, there were many mundane realms. The Saint Province realm was not considered a large mundane realm among the mundane realms. After all, the Saint Province realm had Duan Lingtian, and Su Li. There were many mundane realms like the Saint Province realm, but until now, there were no outstanding people in the mundane realms. Among the Devata realms, the most famous large-scale mundane realms were the Yanhuang realm. For example, the powerful titled celestial emperors and many powerful forces in the Jade Emperor Heaven were from Yanhuang realm. Even the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was from the Yanhuang plane. Apart from the Yanhuang realm, there were several other mundane realms as well. Many powerful figures and forces had emerged one after another. Not only that, but they were also deeply rooted in the Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang, you must be joking. Su Li smiled wryly when he heard Feng Qingyang's praise. I'm just lucky. When I was still in the Saint Province realm, I accidentally went to Yanhuang realm and obtained the legacy of a senior from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Then, I was brought to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect to be nurtured. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been able to achieve much even if I ascended to the Devata realms on my own. I'm not like you and Duan Lingtian, Senior Feng Qingyang. Both of you relied on your own strength to reach where you are today. Su Li sighed. Suli, that's not right. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, fortuitous encounters are also part of one's strength. There are so many people in Yanhuang realm. Why did you, who's not from Yanhuang realm, obtain the legacy of a senior from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven? This is your luck, your fate, and your strength. You've come so far, but don't tell me you still can't see that luck is also a part of strength. Feng Qingyang replied with a question. Before Suli could reply, he continued to say, moreover, the reason I was able to make a name for myself when I ascended to the Devata realms was because I came across a few sword celestial relics and obtained some fortuitous encounters that allowed me to perfect my sword Dao. If it weren't for that luck, I wouldn't be where I am today. Suli nodded when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. Realization dawned on him as he said, thank you for your reminder, Senior Feng Qingyang. I understand now. All right. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, he turned to Suli and said, if you're free before the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, you can stay by my side so I can observe your sword techniques. Thank you, Senior Feng Qingyang. Suli was overjoyed. He knew that the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was obviously trying to give him some pointers by saying this. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as well. He quickly thanked Feng Qingyang. Thank you, Master. Naturally, he knew that the reason why his master treated Suli so well was mostly because of him. After all, Suli was a good friend of his. Suli was allowed by Feng Qingyang to cultivate with him. Duan Lingtian did not disturb them and returned to his wooden house. However, less than 2 days after he returned, he received a message. Duan Lingtian, are you here? To Duan Lingtian, this voice seemed a little distant. It was familiar yet unfamiliar. However, he quickly confirmed the identity of the person who had sent the message. Where are you? Duan Lingtian asked. I'm on my way to the Heavenly Palace. Duan Lingtian replied. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied again. Let's talk when we arrive. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Apart from Suli, Duan Lingtian was also worried about another person who might come to the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. That person was none other than Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun was one of his few friends. Moreover, they had gone through life and death situations together. Although he had not known Ling Jueyun for as long as Suli, he still regarded Ling Jueyun as an important friend. After so many years, Duan Lingtian finally received a message from Ling Jueyun. Moreover, Ling Jueyun was also from the Primeval Heaven and was on his way to the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses held by the Tidal Temple every 1,000 years. It's been so many years. I wonder how strong he is now? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought curiously in his heart. At the same time, he contacted Huang'er, the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Huang'er, Ling Jueyun is on his way to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Although Huang'er had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as her master, she would only obey Duan Lingtian's orders. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian mention Ling Jueyun, her voice did not change at all. She only replied indifferently, It's good that he's here. This means he's improved a lot over the years. As soon as Huang'er finished speaking, a voice rang from outside. Duan Lingtian, come out! If it was a normal voice, the soundproof formation in the wooden house would have blocked it out. However, this voice was transmitted through the divine consciousness so Duan Lingtian could hear it clearly. Duan Lingtian frowned. Who was this person? Based on the voice, he did not recognize this person at all. Chapter 3451. It was impossible for him not to go out since the newcomer's tone was unfriendly. If he did not go out, his cultivation would be affected. Creak! After Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and walked out, he noticed that many gazes were converged on him. Moreover, before his own wooden house, there was a young man wearing a blue robe with golden edges standing there. This young man had a tall and sturdy figure, a handsome appearance, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows that emitted a dignified aura. Presently, he was staring at Duanling Tian as he asked indifferently, "You're Duanling Tian? The only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Is there a reason you're looking for me?" Duanling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the young man. Duanling Tian was puzzled by the young man's hostility. After all, he did not know this young man at all. "I'm Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven. I'm here with my master to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses." The burly young man looked at Duanling Tian and said indifferently, "I'm here to spar with you. I'm curious what kind of true disciple the legendary heavenly emperor from the solitary destructive heaven, whom even my master admits is inferior to, has accepted?" Duanling Tian could sense the young man's hostility. Although the young man's tone was calm, he could sense the change in the young man's emotions. "I'm only slightly over 700 years old. I'm not much older than you, so I'm not taking advantage of you," Tong Tu continued to say. At this moment, the onlookers were in an uproar. "I was wondering who dared to provoke Duanling Tian. As it turns out, it's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven. I know Tong Tuesday. He's the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven. His cultivation base was close to becoming a titled celestial emperor a few decades ago. Now that he's over 700 years old, it's likely that he's already a titled celestial emperor. Even if he hasn't become a titled celestial emperor yet, I'm sure he won't be a match for anyone below the level of a titled celestial emperor. Speaking of which, the heavenly emperor of Xian Yuan heaven is also a remarkable figure. Most importantly, he's also a powerful sword celestial. For this reason, after the rise of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, many people compared the two of them to each other. It's said that both of them had sparred before, and their strengths were on par. That's all in the past. Ever since the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven came out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his strength has already surpassed the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven. Perhaps, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven isn't convinced of his master's strength. That's why he challenged the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to prove that his master's disciple is stronger. Isn't he bullying us? Even if he's not much older than Duanling Tian, when did he become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven? And when did Duanling Tian become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Based on what I know, Tong Tu has been in the heavenly palace of the Xian Yuan heaven since he was young. As for Duanling Tian, he only met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, about 100 years ago. The onlookers whispered among themselves. They did not think Tong Tu was taking advantage of Duanling Tian by challenging Duanling Tian just because the age gap between them was not big. What a joke! Tong Tu had been cultivating with the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven since he was young. Duanling Tian, on the other hand, had only met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven when he was 500 years old. How could Tong Tu be so shameless as to say he was not taking advantage of Duanling Tian? Duanling Tian won't accept the duel, right? Soon after, more and more people shifted their attention to Duanling Tian's reply to Tong Tuesday. Most of them were certain Duanling Tian would not accept the duel since they were certain Duanling Tian would be humiliated if he accepted the duel. Only an idiot would be humiliated. Duanling Tian had a good reason for not accepting the duel. There was no need for him to worry about embarrassing his master, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duanling Tian, don't tell me you don't have the guts to accept the duel? With Tong Tu's hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers around him. He frowned. Aren't these fellows looking for an excuse for Duanling Tian by saying that? Duanling Tian, although I grew up in the heavenly palace of the Xian Yuan heaven, I only started cultivating under my master when I was 300 years old. Tong Tu looked at Duanling Tian and said indifferently, If you think I'm taking advantage of you, we can have a duel. I won't use my celestial weapon. A commotion broke out as soon as Tong Tu finished speaking. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves again. Tong Tu said he won't use his celestial weapon? Isn't he a little too arrogant? Isn't he underestimating his opponent? Nobody expected Tong Tu would dare to say that he would not use his celestial weapon in a duel with Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Tong Tu's words, the onlookers began to realize something. Tong Tu was most likely a titled celestial emperor now. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Tong Tu's words. What are you laughing at? Tong Tu's expression darkened. What? Are you trying to hide your guilt and cowardice by laughing? I've already made such a concession, and yet you're still afraid to duel with me? Humph! You're a disgrace to your master, Feng Qingyang. At the end of his sentence, Tong Tu snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Do you really want to duel with me? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tong Tu indifferently. Do you think I'm joking with you in front of so many people? Tong Tu sneered. As soon as Tong Tu's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. Bang! Before the onlookers could react, a loud noise resonated in their ears. At the same time, they discovered Duan Lingtian had appeared at the spot where Tong Tu was standing earlier. Tong Tu was sent flying like an arrow that had left its bow. Blarg! Tong Tu's aura was weak, and he was in a wretched state. He could not help but throw up a mouthful of blood. He only managed to regain his balance after flying for 100 meters. However, his expression was unsightly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Despicable! How dare you, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, sneak attack me? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Tong Tu continued to say, I'll teach you a lesson during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The onlookers were stunned by Tong Tu's actions. He's too thick-skinned, isn't he? At this moment, everyone could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to Tong Tuesday. At the very least, he was on par with Tong Tuesday, otherwise, how could he injure Tong Tu before Tong Tu could react? It was obvious Tong Tu had noticed this as well. That was why he had left in a hurry. Even if Tong Tu was at his peak, he would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian, let alone Tong Tu, who had been injured by Duan Lingtian due to his carelessness. If you were in Duan Lingtian's place earlier, would you be able to react in time if you were in his place? Among the crowd of young geniuses, one of them asked softly. Most of the onlookers shook their heads when they heard this question. I'm almost certain the true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is a titled celestial emperor. Another 600-year-old titled celestial emperor? To think that we thought that he had a good master, and that he was just a mediocre person. Why do I suddenly feel like my face is burning? What a slap in the face! Like I said, the legendary genius of the solitary destructive heaven is a brilliant figure. So many peerless geniuses wanted to be his disciple, but he didn't accept them. How could he accept a mediocre person as his true disciple just because of fate? You didn't say that earlier, right? Brother, can you not embarrass me? When Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to the wooden house, the group of young geniuses outside confirmed one thing. Duan Lingtian was a titled celestial emperor. Similar to Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Lingtian was a titled celestial emperor who was only slightly over 600 years old. Even though this news started to spread in a small circle, it still caused quite a stir. Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven, did not return to his wooden house after he was severely injured. Instead, he went to look for his third senior brother, the most outstanding person among the young geniuses from the heavenly palace of the Xian Yuan Heaven. Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang was more than 900 years old. He was known as a 3-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Currently, many people suspected he was at least a 4-star god of war. Third senior brother, I went to look for Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Tong Tu lowered his head in front of Yu Dongfang like a child who had been wronged. You're severely injured. Yu Dongfang was a young man in a black and gray robe. He had a medium build and was half a head shorter than Tong Tuesday. However, when he stood there, the cold aura he exuded was superior to Tong Tu's. He had an ordinary face, but his eyes seemed to be glowing with a strange light, making it easy for people to be attracted to him. He sneak attacked me, Tong Tu said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Since he managed to injure you so severely, it means he's not any weaker than you. Yu Dongfang glanced at Tong Tu indifferently and said, Let me ask you this. If he's not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, can he injure you even if he sneak attacked you? No. Tong Tu smiled wryly. Tong Tu smiled bitterly. He was naturally aware of this, but it was exactly because of this that he was unwilling to accept this. He was severely injured by Yu Dongfang's sneak attack. If Yu Dongfang was stronger than him, he would not mind admitting defeat. However, if Yu Dongfang was only as strong as him, it would be embarrassing for him to be injured by Yu Dongfang's sneak attack. Yu Dongfang shook his head as he said, He's more than 600 years old, and his strength is on par with yours. Moreover, it's said that this true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only met Feng Qingyang for the first time 100 years ago and cultivated under Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Yu Dongfang shook his head as he spoke. Unfortunately, he's still too young. Otherwise, he's qualified to be my opponent. Chapter 3452. News of Duan Lingtian injuring Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven, with just a single move spread like wildfire. The group of young geniuses from the various Devata realms were not the only ones who received the news. Even the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches and the Heavenly Emperors of the various Devata realms received the news. If it was an ordinary person, it would not have attracted so much attention. However, the main character of this matter was Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. The young geniuses were curious about Duan Lingtian's talent and ability to gain the favor of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple and the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were curious as to why the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would suddenly accept a disciple who was unknown to them. Apart from the people from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven was not surprised by this. The boundless heaven was the Devata realm where the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force, was located. The Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven was the grandfather of Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. For this reason, the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven knew Duan Lingtian was as strong as a titled celestial emperor. After all, Liang, the merciless celestial emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian. After learning that Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he had learned more about Duan Lingtian from his grandson. It's normal. For this reason, the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven thought it was normal for Duan Lingtian to injure Tong Tu, who was caught off guard. However, the others did not think so. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, would either not accept a disciple or accept a monster as his disciple. Even Feng Qingyang himself, at this age, most likely did not have this kind of achievement. With the talent and comprehension of Feng Qingyang as a successor disciple, under the guidance and nurturing of Feng Qingyang in the future, he would definitely be the second Feng Qingyang. In fact, he might even surpass his master. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. He cultivated while waiting for Ling Jiuyun's arrival. We're here. Duan Lingtian only stepped out of the wooden house when he received a message from Ling Jiuyun. He saw Ling Jiuyun once again. Ling Jiuyun was dressed the same as before. His appearance hadn't changed much, but the aura between his brows was clearly more mature. Clearly, the experience of the past few hundred years had changed him a lot. Where did you come from? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he brought Ling Jiuyun back to his wooden house. Although he had received a message from Ling Jiuyun not long ago, he did not ask where Ling Jiuyun came from. He wanted to ask Ling Jiuyun about it first. I arrived in the primeval heaven a long time ago. As for which Devata realm I came from Feng Qingtian's place. Ling Jiuyun replied. Did you come with the people from Feng Qingtian's heavenly palace? Duan Lingtian asked again. In his opinion, with Ling Jiuyun's talent and comprehension, it would not be difficult for him to enter Feng Qingtian's heavenly palace and become a disciple of Feng Qingtian. No. Ling Jiuyun shook his head. I went to Feng Qingtian's title temple and passed the test to qualify for the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. You know who I am. I'm a native of the realms of gods. I have no intention of becoming a disciple in the Devata realms. Ever since I was young, I've always been surrounded by god-level powerhouses. Even the servants in my clan are god-level powerhouses. Do you think it's possible for me to become a disciple of someone from the Devata realms? Even the heavenly emperors of Devata realms might not be qualified to be my master, let alone a heavenly emperor who has not attained godhood. Ling Jiuyun said haughtily. As the young master of the Ling clan, one of the most powerful clans in the divine offering land, Ling Jiuyun had his own pride. Apart from his own pride, his clan's pride made it impossible for him to become a disciple of someone from the Ling clan. Even if his clan had been annihilated, his clan was not. However, they arrived before me. I told them I'd come by myself. Yes. When I arrived, the vice palace masters of Feng Qingtian's title temple and a direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven came to pick me up. Ling Jiuyun said. It seems like you're quite strong. Even the vice palace masters of Feng Qingtian's title temple are willing to give you face. Duan Lingtian was surprised. How could they not give me face? Ling Jiuyun smiled faintly. Including me, there are 17 people from Feng Qingtian's title temple who passed the test to participate in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. To be honest, even if they join forces, I'm confident I can kill all of them. At most, I'll only be injured. Ling Jiuyun's tone was filled with pride again. You're not humble at all. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan Lingtian, you're doing well as well. Ling Jiuyun said with a smile. On my way here, I heard Wei Qi, the vice palace masters of Feng Qingtian's title temple, and Wei Qi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, talking about you. They said you're at least a titled celestial emperor. However, their estimation of your strength is too low. Since I've achieved so much, even if you're not as strong as me, you shouldn't be that much weaker than me. Ling Jiuyun smiled brightly. Not as strong as you? Upon hearing Ling Jiuyun's words, Duan Lingtian looked at him meaningfully. It seems like you're really confident in your strength. In that case, do you want to find a place to spar with me? If it was 2 weeks ago, I would have agreed to your request. However, I've recently gained some insights that I need time to digest before the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses begins. Ling Jiuyun shook his head and said, If you want to spar with me, you'd better wait until the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses begins. Moreover, I heard the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses will begin in 6 months. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from his master, Feng Qingyang, so he was not surprised by Ling Jiuyun's words. You should return to the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'll spar with you again. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. There's no rush. Ling Jiuyun took a deep breath and said, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to meet Sister Huanger. Upon hearing Ling Jiuyun's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Do you really want to meet her? You'll be disappointed. I'm relieved to hear that. A rare smile appeared on Ling Jiuyun's cold face. It seems like Sister Huanger has completely merged with your divine artifact. As a native of the realms of gods, Ling Jiuyun, naturally, knew what would happen when the soul of another divine artifact merged with another person's divine artifact. In the end, Duan Lingtian asked Huanger to meet Ling Jiuyun. Sister Huanger, I know I don't mean much to you, but I want to tell you that I didn't disappoint you. All these years, I didn't slack off at all. When Ling Jiuyun looked at Huanger, not only did his cold face soften, but his eyes were also filled with emotions. Unfortunately, in response to his heartfelt words, Huang Er only responded with a faint "oh." After Ling Juyan left, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Er and said with a wry smile on his face, "Huang Er, you don't have to be so cold. After all, your former master is his sister. As for him, you watched him grow up." Duan Lingtian said. "Master, I know what you mean." Huang Er shook her head and said, "But right now, Huang Er's emotions aren't completely under my control. I have memories of what you said, but in those memories I feel like I'm more of a bystander. Even if those memories are my own. Right now, I only know that you are my master. For you, I can do anything. Even if I turn into ashes, I will have no regrets. As for the rest, whether it is people or things, they are not important," Huang Er said. This was the fate of a divine artifact's soul. All right. Although Duan Lingtian felt a little helpless, he knew this wasn't something he could control. Of course, he could order Huang Er to treat Ling Juyan better, but even so, her emotions were still stiff and would only have the opposite effect. "Let's go back, Huang Er." After sending Huang Er back, Duan Lingtian took out the formation disc his master Feng Qingyang had given him and activated it with immortal crystals. Then, he opened the small world in his body to communicate with his family. After his master's reminder last time, he closed the small world in his body. At the same time, her master had also given her a square disc array. Inside it was a very ingenious array that could conceal one's aura. Even if a divine spirit realm master's powerful divine sense could pass through the array, he would still be able to sense something before passing through the array. That little bit of time was enough for him to close the small world in his body. Therefore, with the formation disc, he did not have to worry about the secret of his small world being discovered. However, at this moment, most of his family members in Duan Lingtian's little world were cultivating. Only his father and mother had stopped cultivating and were chatting. After chatting with his parents for a while, Duan Lingtian closed the small world in his body again. At the same time, he began to wait for the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses to begin in half a year. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not plan to slack off in the remaining half a year. He continued to deepen his understanding of the sword Tao that his master Feng Qingyang had taught him by fusing the profundity of the law of space into it. Due to the supreme powerhouse divinity in his possession, Duan Lingtian made progress almost every day. In just half a month, he had made significant progress. Time continued to pass quietly. Half a year passed in just a blink of an eye. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was about to begin. In the Literature Hall. Chapter 3453. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was held every 1,000 years in the heavenly palaces of the various Devata realms. This time, it was the heavenly palace of the primeval heavens' turn to host the battle of the geniuses. Since the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven would host the battle of the geniuses every 81,000 years, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had prepared a venue for the battle of the geniuses. However, the venue was usually sealed off by a formation and would only be opened when the battle of the geniuses began. The venue had a history similar to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. At that time, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was different from the current heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. This venue is quite big. The people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven arranged for the young geniuses from the various Devata realms, including Duan Lingtian, to be seated in the spectator seats. There were so many seats that even after the young geniuses from the various Devata realms had taken their seats, there was still a large empty space. At the back of the auditorium, there was a small floating island with some tables and chairs. In front of the table stood a delicate and beautiful maid, holding a teapot in her hand and teacups on the table. The seats on the floating islands must be provided by the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to the high-ranking officials of the heavenly palaces and the tidal temples branches in the Devata realms. It was not difficult for the young geniuses present on the scene to figure this out. Although most of the young geniuses had arrived, the high-ranking officials from the heavenly palaces and the tidal temples branches had yet to arrive. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Juyan sat together. At this moment, Su Li and Ling Ju Yun had gotten to know each other. Both of them were straightforward people, so it did not take long for them to get along. The other three young geniuses from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Zhang Tianyu, Wan Ting, and He Jianyi, sat behind Duan Lingtian. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions as though they were meeting Duan Lingtian for the first time. Among the young geniuses who participated in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms, they were the first to express disdain for Duan Lingtian. Even the fact that Duan Lingtian was only 600 years old was spread by them. It could be said that it was the three of them who caused the group of young geniuses to think that Duan Lingtian was just a mediocre person. However, when Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan heaven, went to challenge Duan Lingtian and was severely injured by Duan Lingtian, everyone realized something was amiss. Although Duan Lingtian was only 600 years old, he was already a top-tier titled celestial emperor. It did not matter if he was titled or not, his strength was on par with a titled celestial emperor. He knows Su Li as well. Soon after, Zhang Tianyu and the other two young geniuses shifted their attention to Su Li, who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian. They had heard about Su Li, who was only 600 years old, and was already a titled celestial emperor. In fact, they had thought Su Li had the highest potential among the group of young geniuses who participated in the Battle of the Geniuses. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's innate talent was on par with Su Li's, they dismissed the thought. At this moment, many of the young geniuses who were sitting nearby turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Su Li. "Look! It's Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and Su Li, the genius from the Jade Emperor heaven. They know each other? I'm afraid they don't just know each other. Based on their familiarity, it's obvious they're old friends." At this moment, some people were sitting in groups of 3 to 5, and some were sitting alone. The young geniuses from the various Devata realms did not sit according to which Devata realms they were from. Instead, they sat casually. They were all waiting for the battle of the geniuses to begin. "HM?" Duan Lingtian, who was chatting idly with Su Li, suddenly noticed a burning gaze that was looking at him from the spectating area, and he instantly looked over instinctively. With just a glance, he recognized the person. It was none other than Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, whom he had injured 6 months ago. Duan Lingtian saw that after Tong Tu looked at him, Tong Tu said something to the young man next to him. Then, the young man shifted his gaze to him as well. When he discovered that he was looking at him, the young man actually nodded and smiled at him. His refined and courteous appearance made people unable to feel any ill will towards him. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian nodded at the young man as well. "You know them?" Su Liu followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and noticed Tong Tu and the person beside him. "That burly one is Tong Tu, the fourth direct disciple of Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan." Duan Lingtian smiled. "So it's him." Su Li was enlightened. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. "I'm afraid the person beside him isn't simple either. Tong Tu seems to be respectful in front of that person." In fact, not only Su Li, but even Duan Lingtian had long since discovered this. "I don't know that person." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Ting, who was sitting behind him, said, "That person is also the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan heaven. He's Tong Tu's senior brother. His name is Yu Dongfang. It is said that Yu Dongfang's strength is at least that of a 4-star war god, or even stronger," Wang Ting said. Early on when Duan Lingtian arrived today, Wang Ting's group of 3 had already come over to apologize for their actions from half a year ago. Duan Lingtian utterly didn't take those matters to heart, so he calmly accepted their apologies. Moreover, since the 3 of them had come through the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it meant they had a close relationship with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. To a certain extent, they could be considered as one of their own. As the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not be stingy. "A 4-star war god? Or even stronger?" Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but turn to look at Yu Dongfang again. Su Li instinctively turned to look at Yu Dongfang as well. At this moment, even Ling Jiuyun, who was sitting at the side with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. He followed Duan Lingtian and Su Li's gazes and saw Yu Dongfang, the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan heaven. A hint of battle intent could be seen in Yu Dongfang's eyes. At the same time, Yu Dongfang, who was seated on the opposite side of the arena, also noticed Duan Lingtian and the others' gazes. He glanced at Duan Lingtian before his eyes landed on Su Li. Then, he asked Tong Tu, who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian, "Apart from Su Li, who's the other person?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Ling Jiuyun. Although they were far apart, with Yu Dongfang's eyesight, he could easily see the battle intent in Ling Jiuyun's eyes when he looked at Yu Dongfang. It was clear Yu Dongfang was aware of Yu Dongfang's identity. However, Yu Dongfang was certain Yu Dongfang was not an ordinary person. Upon hearing Yu Dongfang's question, Tong Tu also turned to look at Ling Jiuyun. His expression turned solemn as he said, "I didn't notice him earlier. It seems like he knows Duan Lingtian as well. Who is he?" Yu Dongfang asked curiously. Since his junior brother had such an expression on his face, it was obvious Yu Dongfang was not an ordinary person. "He came from Fengqing Tian," Tong Tu said fearfully. "He came from Fengqing Tian's title temple after he passed the test in Fengqing Tian's title temple's sub-temple. He's the strongest among those who passed the test in the title temple. As for the rest, the strongest one is close to a 3-star god of war. But even so, he was still no match for a single move from him. They suspect Ling Jiuyun is at least one of the strongest 3-star gods of war. He might even be a 4-star god of war." Tong Tu's voice was filled with dread as he spoke. "Does this mean he might be a 5-star god of war?" Yu Dongfang narrowed his eyes. "Well, no one said that. After all, there are less than 10 5-star gods of war participating in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses," Tong Tu said as he shook his head. It was obvious he did not think Yu Dongfang had the strength of a 5-star god of war. "Interesting. Looks like there's another opponent that I can take seriously." Yu Dongfang's narrowed eyes opened. There was a flash of light and waves of battle intent rose in his eyes. Tong Tu looked at Duan Lingtian again. He clenched his fists tightly as his face twitched. If Duan Lingtian's strength was, at most, on par with him, he would challenge Duan Lingtian to a duel to avenge his humiliation. Although Duan Lingtian was defeated by Duan Lingtian's sneak attack, the others would not say the same thing. They would only say that Duan Lingtian, a core disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, could not even defeat a true disciple who was much younger than him. In Tong Tu's opinion, even if he tied with Duan Lingtian, it would be enough for him to avenge his humiliation. "Third senior brother?" Tong Tu asked with a frown on his face. In the history of the Devata realms, there are at least 10 5-star gods of war participating in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. In fact, there were a few occasions when there were more than 10 5-star gods of war participating in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. This time, there are only 3 or 4 5-star gods of war participating in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. Including Ling Jiuyun, there are at most 5 5-star gods of war participating in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. Will those unknown young geniuses really be able to fill the remaining spots? Tong Tu asked skeptically. Yu Dongfang shook his head and said, "Junior brother, don't underestimate the vastness of the Devata realms. There's always someone stronger than you." Some of the reclusive experts were even as strong as his master. It's not impossible for those reclusive powerhouses to become 5-star gods of war, it's just a matter of how many there are. Chapter 3454. Brother Duan. At some point in time, a person appeared in the row behind Duan Lingtian and greeted Duan Lingtian warmly. "Do you still remember me?" This was a tall and sturdy young man with a handsome appearance. When he greeted Duan Lingtian, there was a harmless smile on his face. Duan Lingtian turned around to take a look when he heard the voice. He recognized the person with just a glance. "I remember you. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled when he saw the young man's enthusiasm. Tang San Pao. Although it had been half a year since they last met, Duan Lingtian still remembered this young man who had approached him as soon as he arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Back then, Duan Lingtian had not only asked for his name, but he had also told him his name. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew that Duan Lingtian was called Tang San Pao. That's right. Tang San Pao nodded. His smile widened as he said, I didn't expect you to recognize me, Brother Duan. Why are you here? Aren't you with your friends? Duan Lingtian looked around. He only knew a few people, and there was no one else around. It was strange for Tang San Pao to appear here. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was just here to greet him? I don't have any friends. Tang San Pao shook his head. I went to the Tidal Temple's branch palace alone. I only came here with the people from the Tidal Temple. I don't know anyone else. Duan Lingtian was surprised by Tang San Pao's words. He asked, Someone as enthusiastic as you should have a lot of friends, right? The scene of Tang San Pao striking up a conversation with Duan Lingtian flashed in his mind. Tang San Pao smiled awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've been cooped up in the mountains for a long time. I can't help but greet people when I see them. I don't greet everyone. Of course, among the people that I greeted, only you, Brother Duan, paid attention to me. Practically everyone else treated me coldly, and some even berated me. As he spoke, Tang San Pao could not help but sigh. Duan Lingtian smiled. However, he could also tell that this Tang San Pao had to look at the person he was trying to strike up a conversation with. He would not strike up a conversation with just anyone. He would only strike up a conversation with someone he thought was not ordinary. However, how many of those extraordinary people weren't proud and arrogant people? Why would they pay attention to others who blocked their way and tried to strike up a conversation? Even Duan Lingtian was a little impatient with Tang San Pao's endless chatter when he first met Tang San Pao. Brother Duan, although everyone said that you were young and definitely didn't have much strength, I don't think so. As Tang San Pao spoke, he looked at Zhang Tianyu and the other two who were standing next to him, causing the three of them to feel awkward and guilty. How could someone who was accepted as a true disciple by the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven be ordinary? In the end, you didn't disappoint me. You managed to injure the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven with just one strike. I'm looking forward to the battle of geniuses in the Devata realms. I'm eager to have a battle with you, Brother Duan. Tang San Pao's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. Eager to have a battle with me? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Tang San Pao's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was also a young genius who had the strength of a titled celestial emperor. Otherwise, he would not have dared to say such words. At this moment, even Zhang Tianyu and the other two who were sitting next to Tang San Pao were looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a titled celestial emperor. A battle with Duan Lingtian? Suli turned to look at Tang San Pao. He shook his head and smiled, but he did not say anything. He thought Duan Lingtian must have thought Duan Lingtian was an ordinary titled celestial emperor. As for Ling Jueyan, he did not even turn to look at Duan Lingtian. Although he had yet to witness Duan Lingtian's current strength, he knew Duan Lingtian's current strength was not much weaker than him. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary titled celestial emperor to be a match for Duan Lingtian. He's here! It's the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven! At this moment, a voice rang from near Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others raised their heads to look. Duan Lingtian saw Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, flying toward them with many people following behind him. Among them, there was a familiar face. It was Wei Qi, the Bone Dragon Celestial Emperor who had led the way for Duan Lingtian. Wei Qi was also a true disciple of Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven. That's the Heavenly Emperor of Wave Trace! It's the Heavenly Emperor of Morning Heaven! That person is the palace master and 2 vice palace masters of the tidal temple's branch in the 10,000 beast heaven. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials of the tidal temple's branches in the Devata realms are here. It seems like the battle of the geniuses is about to begin. The appearance of the group of heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various Devata realms caused an uproar among the crowd. Many young geniuses stared at the group of people who had just arrived. A group of titled celestial emperors from various Devata realms appeared one after another, attracting many people's attention. Apart from that, many people also paid attention to the palace masters of the tidal temples in the Devata realms. Naturally, the heavenly emperors from the Devata realms attracted the most attention. That's Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Not long after Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze, a voice resonated in the air. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the sky. A graceful and luxurious figure appeared in front of him. It was a beautiful woman. She had a smile on her beautiful face. She didn't look like someone who had been on the run for many years. A tall and well-built middle-aged man with a face as fair as jade stood next to her. He was chatting with her with a smile on his face. At this moment, many people began to whisper among themselves. That's the Qi Hongtian Emperor? That's right. That's the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binwu, who's ranked 5th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. They seem to know each other. Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven actually dares to show herself? Is the battle of the geniuses really that attractive to her? Or perhaps she thinks the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Heaven, Qi Hong, will be able to protect her? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard these words. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heavenly Heaven had sent people to his hometown, the Saint Province Realm, to kill him. After learning that the Saint Province Realm belonged to his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heavenly Heaven left the Luo River Heavenly Palace. Since Master brought me to the Luo River sect, I'm sure she knows about my relationship with Master. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. She still dares to show herself? Duan Lingtian did not know where Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, found the courage to show herself, especially since his master was in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven? At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. They had heard about the conflict between the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven and Duan Lingtian since their seniors were close to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. They knew the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would not let the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven off so easily. They also knew the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven had left the Luo River Heaven out of fear of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Young Master Duan, why is the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven so bold as to show herself here? Isn't she afraid the Heavenly Emperor will punish her? He Jianyi asked curiously. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting also looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven had secretly reached an agreement with the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Could it be that she has reached an agreement with the Heavenly Emperor and you? He Jianyi asked curiously. There's no agreement. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, he glanced at the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven indifferently and said, perhaps she thinks the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven has something to rely on, or perhaps she thinks the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven won't make a move at this time. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven won't make a move at this time? Zhang Tianyu and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. If it was an ordinary Heavenly Emperor, they might have some misgivings about the situation. Would the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven do the same? At the same time, those who knew about the enmity between the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven and the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven could not help but whisper among themselves. Didn't the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven leave the Luo River Heaven? Why is she still here? Isn't she afraid of encountering Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is here as well, right? Did they reach an agreement? most people thought the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven and the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had reached an agreement. Otherwise, they could not figure out why the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven dared to come here. Although the news of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, going to the Luo River Heaven to look for Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, was not widely known, it was still widely known. At this moment, those who were unaware of the truth of the matter began to learn about it from those who were in the know. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven actually sent someone to kill the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? How could a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm do such a thing? This is an evil deed that will incur the wrath of the heavens. Even if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang makes a move, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven and the Tidal Temple won't interfere, right? Since she dares to come here, it's impossible she didn't think of the consequences. Perhaps she really has reached an agreement with Feng Qingyang. Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, and the Qi Hongtian Emperor landed on a floating island. She sat down with a smile on her face. Based on her expression, she did not seem afraid at all. Where did Situ Zhuqing get her confidence from? However, I'm afraid the Qi Hongtian Emperor won't be able to stop Master, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as though he was about to devour Situ Zhuqing. Silence. Silence. Chapter 3455. As the news spread, more and more people turned to look at Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, even under everyone's watchful eyes, Situ Zhuqing's expression remained calm. It was as though she was fearless. Suddenly, as though she had a flash of inspiration, she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why she was behaving this way. Someone must have informed her of his identity through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian met Situ Zhuqing's gaze fearlessly as a sneer appeared on his face. You must be Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a woman's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. I'm Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Situ Zhuqing said through voice transmission. The enmity between me and your master, Feng Qingyang, is all because of you. If you didn't kill my daughter, I wouldn't have vented my anger on your hometown, the mundane realm, even if I couldn't find you. What do you think? If you're willing to look for Feng Qingyang and ask him to let go of this enmity, I won't pursue the matter of you killing my daughter anymore. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Situ Zhuqing's words. Then, he replied disdainfully through voice transmission. You're the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. What can you do even if you want to pursue the matter? Don't tell me you dare to make a move on me? Duan Lingtian did not believe Situ Zhuqing would dare to make a move on him here. Even if his master had not shown up, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven would not let Situ Zhuqing have her way, let alone the others. Apart from being the host of the Battle of Geniuses, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven was also a good friend of Duan Lingtian's master. He was also ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He was stronger than the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binwu. Although Zhou Binwu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Qi Hongtian, was ranked at the top of the Heavenly Emperor ranking, he was ranked behind the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, Ding Fu. Brat, are you going to stay by Feng Qingyang's side and hide in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Situ Zhuqing sneered in response. Her tone was filled with threat. Hee. Duan Lingtian chuckled. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this place alive? Don't you know that my master is also in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking and before Situ Zhuqing could respond, the crowd burst into an uproar. It's Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I've finally met the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's as handsome as jade and mighty as the rumors say. It's said that Feng Qingyang is the youngest Heavenly Emperor in the Devata realms. That's right. I've heard that he's an ascender who has only ascended for 10,000 years. It's shocking that he's able to achieve so much in just 10,000 years. For Heavenly Emperors who stood at the peak of the Devata realms, 10,000 years was not a long time. After all, most heavenly emperors had lived for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. There were even some who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The further one progressed in cultivation, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Although the Devata realm's battle of geniuses was held once every 1,000 years, and there would always be a few five-star gods of war under the age of 1,000, most of these geniuses would be stuck at a bottleneck. Even if they were given 10,000 or 10,000 years, it would still be difficult for them to make any progress. Only a small number of them would be able to continue growing stronger. Some people were extremely talented in the beginning, but when the profundities they needed to comprehend reached a certain level, it would be difficult for them to cross the threshold. For example, some titled celestial emperors might be able to comprehend the fusion of 3 profundities easily, but it would take them tens of thousands of years to comprehend the 4th profundity. It seems like this legendary heavenly emperor has set his eyes on the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven as soon as he arrived. It seems like they haven't reached an agreement yet. How dare the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven come here? Is she tired of living? Upon seeing Feng Qingyang flying towards Situzhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, and staring at her coldly, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many people's eyes lit up as though they were waiting to watch a show. It seemed like they would be able to witness a battle between heavenly emperors today. Situzhuqing, I didn't expect you to show yourself after hiding for so many years. Feng Qingyang's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet Devata realms. Based on Feng Qingyang's casual tone, anyone would be able to detect the coldness in his voice. Master! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang, heavenly emperor! Situzhuqing looked at Feng Qingyang warily when the burly middle-aged man sitting opposite her rose to his feet. He was none other than Zhou Binwu, the Qi Hongtian emperor. He was ranked 5th on the heavenly emperor ranking, second only to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Before Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, he was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. I've heard about the enmity between you and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Zhou Binwu looked at Feng Qingyang and said politely, In the end, it's because your disciple killed the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. That's why the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven lost her mind and slaughtered many people in your hometown. You want to protect her? Feng Qingyang did not respond to Zhou Bingwu's tirade. Instead, he looked at Zhou Binwu indifferently. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, please do me this favor. Zhou Binwu said with a faint smile. Do you this favor? Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed coldly as he said, Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no one expected Feng Qingyang to say such a thing. Heavens! How domineering! His opponent was the Qi Hongtian Emperor, the 5th on the heavenly emperor ranking. Even if his opponent was not as strong as him, the difference should not be too big, right? Could it be that the rumors were true? Has heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang really become a god? Even Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect his master, who was usually kind and friendly in front of him, would become a completely different person in front of outsiders. Swoosh! Swoosh! The expressions of the Qi Hongtian Emperor and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven changed drastically. This was especially true for Zhou Binwu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor. His expression darkened as he asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you trying to start a war? As soon as the words left Zhou Bingwu's mouth, a wave of scorching heat suddenly rose from the floating island he was on. Then, a monstrous flame rose into the sky and enveloped the entire floating island, spreading in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the scorching aura spread to every corner of the Devata realms. A war? Apart from Ding Fu, the heavenly emperors of the primeval heaven, the other heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes when they realized a war was about to break out. At this moment, Feng Qingyang said, Do you think you're worthy? As soon as Feng Qingyang's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. The legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was too arrogant. He did not give them any face at all. Brother Duan, your master is too domineering. As expected of my idol. Tang San Pao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu and the other two heavenly emperors standing next to Tang San Pao looked at the majestic figure in the distance with burning eyes. They were the legendary heavenly emperors of the solitary destructive heaven, invincible sword celestials. Master, I didn't expect Junior Uncle Feng to have such a side to him. Wei Qi, the Bone Dragon Celestial Emperor, stood behind Ding Fu with a shocked expression on his face. I didn't expect this as well. Ding Fu shook his head. Brother Feng has always been polite and courteous to me. Although I heard he once killed the Heavenly Emperor for Mengluo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, I didn't expect him to be even more domineering than me. It's true that there are new talents in every generation, and the new generation replaces the old. Ding Fu sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. In terms of age, Feng Qingyang was younger than him by more than 100,000 years. When he had recruited many disciples in his early years, Feng Qingyang had not even been born in his hometown, the mundane realm. However, Duan Lingtian, a legendary heavenly emperor who was only slightly over 10,000 years old, had already surpassed him. At this moment, the other heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were also looking at Feng Qingyang with a shocked expression on their faces. Did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang really become a god? Zhou Bingwu, the Qihongtian Emperor, said with an unsightly expression on his face. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, everyone says you've become a god. Today, I'd like to see how strong you really are. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Bingwu had already soared into the air. The flames around his body quickly condensed and finally gathered around his body. It was like a dazzling sun, making it difficult for people to look at him directly. A terrifying heatwave surged out and shrouded the entire place, causing everyone to feel as though they were in the middle of a scorching summer. At this moment, everyone could feel the terrifying flames around Zhou Bingwu. With the temperature of the flames around Zhou Bingwu, there was not much in the world that could not be smelted by them. I've told you. You're not worthy. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Then, without any movement, a khaki-colored energy shot up into the sky above his head. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic sword that continued to expand. That's the law of Earth. Isn't Feng Qingyang's forte the law of destruction? He's going to use the law of Earth to deal with Qihongtian's heavenly emperor Zhou Bingwu? An uproar broke out among the crowd when they saw this. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the titled celestial emperors present on the scene were shocked as well. Chapter 3456. Even before Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azure Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his destruction sword Dao was well known in the Devata realms. Everyone knew that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was skilled in the law of destruction. However, most people did not expect Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would use the law of Earth instead of the law of Earth. How could he be a match for Zhou Bingwu, the Qihongtian emperor, if he used the law of Earth? After all, Zhou Bingwu was ranked 5th on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms. He was much stronger than the other 76 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Naturally, some people were shocked by this news as well. It seems like the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has most likely attained godhood. Even Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, felt the same way. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically when Feng Qingyang's yellow great sword shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. This was because he could sense the terrifying aura contained within the great sword at this critical moment. Although this was the second time he had sensed the aura, it was unforgettable. It was the aura of divine energy. Divine energy. The energy of a god. It seemed like Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had attained godhood. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, please show mercy! Now Zhou Bingwu was terrified. Although he had faintly touched the threshold of a god and could be called a demigod, he knew that compared to a real God, the difference was like heaven and earth. A true God did not even need to fuse the profundities of laws to suppress him. After all, divine energy was much stronger than celestial origin energy. As a demigod, he knew the difference between divine energy and divine energy. Boom! Rumble! A loud explosion interrupted Zhou Bingwu's words. When Zhou Bingwu sensed Feng Qingyang's irresistible will, he no longer dared to be careless. His body shone brightly like a dazzling sun that illuminated heaven and earth. However, after defeating Zhou Bingwu's all-out defense, when that enormous sword descended, the power on his body was completely defeated. Then, he was crushed to the ground, his body sinking into the earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant sword disappeared. When Zhou Bingwu stood up in a sorry state, his face was already ashen. His eyes and face were filled with terror and fear. God! This was the power of a god. He was powerless of the heavenly emperor of heaven. Heavenly emperor of the heavenly emperor of the heavens. Heavens! Heavenly emperor of the heavenly emperor of heaven realm. That's too terrifying. His strength is too terrifying. Qi Hongtian Emperor is ranked 5th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. It's said that he's close to becoming a demigod. However, he can't even withstand a single blow from Heavenly Emperor of Heaven Realm Feng Qingyang. Most importantly, Heavenly Emperor of Heaven Feng Qingyang didn't use the law of destruction. He only used the law of earth. In the past, I've never heard of Heavenly Emperor of Heaven Feng Qingyang using the law of earth. Me too. This was the first time Feng Qingyang had displayed the power of a god in front of everyone. Everyone knew the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not just a rumor, he had really become a god. The rumors were not groundless. Brother Feng. Although Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, knew that Feng Qingyang had become a god, he was still shocked when he saw Feng Qingyang easily defeating Qi Hongtian and Zhou Bingwu. Then, he smiled bitterly. He knew that when he challenged Feng Qingyang in the past, Feng Qingyang had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so easily. He had been puzzled at first. Was it not said that the celestial origin energy of a celestial being was not comparable to the divine energy of a god? Why was he able to barely withstand it? Now that the truth was out, he knew Feng Qingyang had held back when he challenged him. He's too strong. Is this the power of a god? Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, stared at Feng Qingyang from afar. The fervent look in his eyes grew even more intense and uncontrollable. Among the people present on the scene, only Duan Lingtian and Ling Jiuyun remained calm. Duan Lingtian had learned from Feng Qingyang about the difference in strength between a celestial and a god. Even the servant of the Yun clan who had forced Feng Qingyang into the Azure Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, was only a demigod. Ling Jiuyun, on the other hand, had been around a group of gods since he was young. Naturally, he knew how powerful gods were. Naturally, the palace masters of the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces who were present on the scene were also aware that Feng Qingyang had become a god. Otherwise, they would not have placed Feng Qingyang in the top 3 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Only a god would be able to walk out alive from the Azure Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Based on this, the Tidal Temple had concluded that Feng Qingyang had become a god. How domineering! He managed to injure the Qi Hongtian Emperor with just a single sword strike. No wonder the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven said the Qi Hongtian Emperor wasn't worthy of fighting him. Now, it seems like he really isn't worthy of fighting him. Everyone's eyes were trained on Feng Qingyang. Soon after, many heavenly emperors and palace masters of the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces arrived. However, not many people paid attention to them since everyone's attention was on Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang's strength was shocking. Feng Qingyang's strength was terrifying. From today onward, if you, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, dare to interfere in the matter between me and Situ Zhuqing, you'll die. Feng Qingyang stared at Zhou Bingwu, the Heavenly Emperor of Qi Hongtian. His tone was cold and resolute. No one dared to doubt his words. However, Feng Qingyang's words confused everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Was the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven not going to die soon? Once the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven died, even if the Qi Hongtian Emperor wanted to interfere in the matter between Situ Zhuqing and Feng Qingyang, he would not be able to do anything about it, right? However, when Feng Qingyang spoke, they found out the reason behind Situ Zhuqing's words. Situ Zhuqing. After suppressing the Heavenly Emperor Qihong, Feng Qingyang turned to look at Situ Zhuqing, who had an unsightly expression on her face as he said, "Do you think I won't make a move on you just because your subsoul is residing in the immortal compliant tree?" Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, finally understood what was going on. No wonder Feng Qingyang said that earlier. As it turned out, Situ Zhuqing was not in her true form. Instead, she was in the immortal compliant wood. Many people exclaimed in surprise. I've long heard that the immortal compliant wood can contain celestial souls and form clones. Although it's not as strong as a clone, it's still very lifelike. If one doesn't examine it with their divine consciousness, they won't be able to see through it. It seems like the rumors are true. As it turns out, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven is not in her true form, but a clone of the immortal compliant wood. The immortal compliant wood is a precious treasure even in the Devata realms. However, it's only normal for the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven to have a divine compliant wood. At this moment, Situ Zhuqing rose to her feet and looked at Feng Qingyang grimly as she said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, even if you've attained godhood, you're not invincible. I'm not afraid to tell you that my man is a god from the realms of gods. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opens in 300 years, he'll be able to descend to the Devata realms. He is no ordinary deity. If you insist on fighting me to the death, my man won't let you get away with it." Situ Zhuqing sneered. Situ Zhuqing knew it was useless for her to back down now, so she decided to use force. She brought up her man, a god from the realms of gods. As soon as Situ Zhuqing finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the crowd. None of them had expected her to say such a thing. The man of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was a god from the realms of gods? Although most people knew Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, had a daughter, they did not know the father of her daughter. Moreover, the father of her daughter had always been a mystery. Some people even speculated that the Heavenly Emperor of another Devata realm, or a reclusive powerhouse, had an affair with the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven and had given birth to her daughter. Naturally, everyone knew the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven had two daughters. The other daughter had been killed by Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Feng Qingyang. My daughter, who was killed by your true disciple, Duan Lingtian, is his biological daughter, Situ Zhuqing said threateningly. Upon hearing Situ Zhuqing's words, everyone turned to look at Feng Qingyang again. Although Feng Qingyang has become a god, he has only recently ascended to godhood. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's man is from the realms of gods, he must be a god. I'm afraid Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang might not be a match for him. I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's man to be a god from the realms of gods. The true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Feng Qingyang, killed the daughter of a god? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven would have a god who was her husband. Many people thought Feng Qingyang would be intimidated after hearing the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's words. However, Feng Qingyang merely looked at Situ Zhuqing indifferently and said, "So what?" As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, tens of thousands of sword rays shot out of his body and engulfed Situ Zhuqing. The immortal compliant wood was instantly destroyed. Many people felt their hearts ache when they saw this scene. Although the immortal compliant wood was precious, it was nothing to Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Perhaps, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had immortal compliant wood as well. Generally, immortal compliant wood would only grow in places with supreme-grade celestial crystal veins. The heavenly palace of a Devata realm was a heaven-grade force that had a supreme-grade celestial crystal vein. Chapter 3457. In the heavenly palace of Qi Hong Tian. Damn it! Situ Zhuqing's true body had always been in the Qi Hong Tian Emperor's palace. She had come here because the Qi Hong Tian Emperor knew her man was a god in a realm of gods. Back then, the Qi Hong Tian Emperor had witnessed her man's strength. Naturally, at that time, her man was obsessed with her. However, after her man left, he never returned. After all, her man had a family in a realm of gods. She was, at most, just a lover he had met while he was roaming the realms of gods. For this reason, the Qi Hong Tian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu, had taken her in because he knew she had a relationship with a god. However, she did not expect her man would not give her any face even though she had used the divine wishful wood to appear in front of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had destroyed her divine wishful wood clone as soon as he made a move. Feng Qingyang, you forced me to do this! You forced me to do this! At this moment, Situ Zhuqing's eyes were crimson red, as if she had gone mad. The hairpin on her head had been broken at some point in time, and a terrifying power was wreaking havoc around her body. Her robes fluttered without any wind, creating a mighty momentum. At this moment, Situ Zhuqing no longer had the slightest bit of grace and elegance. She looked like a complete madwoman. I'll look for him when the spatial tunnel connecting the realms of gods to the Devata realms is opened. I'm sure he'll avenge our daughter even if he doesn't care about our relationship. Situ Zhuqing's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. However, very quickly, she calmed down again. She raised her hand and took out another hairpin and tied it into her hair. Then, she regained her calm and collected appearance. Where was the crazy appearance from before? You were. In the next instant, Situ Zhuqing contacted her eldest daughter, Feng Jianyu, who was also the former holy maiden of the Luo River sect. Let's immediately leave the Qi Hong Tian Emperor Palace. We can't stay here any longer. Since Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, knew she was close to Qi Hong Tian, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses ended, he might come looking for her in the heavenly palace of Qi Hong Tian. Once her real body was targeted by Feng Qingyang, she didn't think that she would be able to survive. In just 400 years I can wait. Feng Qingyang, I only hope that after 400 years, you can still be as unyielding as you are today. When Situ Zhuqing brought Feng Jianyu out of Qi Hong Tian's heavenly emperor palace, she didn't greet anyone. Although she looked calm on the surface, her eyes were filled with extreme hatred. As the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, she was not the kind of person who was willing to live in seclusion. If she was willing to live in seclusion, she wouldn't have competed for the position of heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. However, due to the existence of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, not only was it impossible for her to return to the Luo River heaven, but she also did not dare to reveal her whereabouts for fear of being targeted. In the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, at the venue of the Devata realm's genius battle, even though Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, had threatened him, Feng Qingyang remained calm and composed as he casually destroyed Situ Zhuqing's immortal wishful wood clone. This scene caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. The heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were impressed by Feng Qingyang's courage. As expected of someone who came from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. He's fearless even in the face of godly spirits from the realms of gods even though he has just become a god. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's heart is truly admirable. Perhaps it's because of his fearless heart that he's able to achieve so much in such a short time. It was easy to say that one was fearless, but very few people were capable of doing so. Back then, when Feng Qingyang was being hunted down in the Azura Hell, if it were any other celestial emperor, they would have fought with their lives on the line instead of fleeing to the Azura Hell. After all, if one did not become a god, one would definitely die in the Azura Hell. This was an ironclad rule. Even a godly being would not dare to enter the Azura Hell for fear of death. Legend had it that only supreme powerhouses could enter the Azura Hell as they wished. Naturally, these were only legends. Only the supreme powerhouses knew the truth. After killing Situzhiqing's clone, Feng Qingyang led Meng Luo, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, to the small floating island where the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was seated. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, did not invite the heavenly emperors of the other Devata realms to sit with him. Based on this, one could see how much he valued Feng Qingyang. When Celestial Emperor, I, Ding Fu, rarely admire anyone in my life. Today I admire you, Ding Fu said as he gave Feng Qingyang a thumbs up. If he were in Situzhiqing's shoes, he would not dare to offend her after learning she had a godly being in a realm of gods. After all, the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was not always closed. Every 10,000 years, the spatial tunnel would be closed for 1,000 years. The passage had been closed for almost 600 years. In another 400 years, the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms would reopen. At that time, the gods from the realms of gods would be able to descend to the Devata realms, and the people from the Devata realms would be able to travel to the realms of gods. Naturally, godly beings and celestials from the Devata realms rarely traveled to the realms of gods. After all, celestials from the Devata realms would not be noticed in the realms of gods, and they might even encounter danger. On the other hand, godly beings from the realms of gods were not allowed to kill indiscriminately in the Devata realms, especially the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms and the people from the Tidal Temple. This was a rule set by the supreme powerhouses. If a godly being from the realms of gods dared to make a move, they would be punished by the supreme powerhouses. In the past, the servant of the Yun clan from the realms of gods dared to make a move on Feng Qingyang because he was only a demigod and had yet to become a god. Therefore, he did not violate the rules set by the supreme powerhouses. For example, Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, did not dare to make a move on Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and shook his head in response to Ding Fu's flattery. You flatter me, old brother Ding. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was still the center of attention. Duan Lingtian, Senior Feng Qingyang is really powerful. You're really lucky to be his true disciple. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, looked at Feng Qingyang with a burning gaze. Even Su Li was no longer as calm as before. Moreover, he had spent some time with Feng Qingyang. With Feng Qingyang's guidance, he had learned a lot about the Sword Dao, and his strength had improved a lot. All he had to do now was wait for the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses to begin. When the next Heavenly Emperor, who was ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, appeared, everyone's attention finally shifted away from Feng Qingyang. It's Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The person who attracted everyone's attention was none other than Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Many people in the Jade Emperor Heaven addressed him as the Jade Emperor. He's the Jade Emperor? Duan Lingtian turned to look in the direction of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor's gaze. With just a glance, he saw Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. His face was as fair as jade, and his eyebrows were as sharp as swords. Emperor Yu Hao Tian of the Jade Emperor Heaven was ranked 8th on the All Heavens Emperor ranking. The Jade Emperor was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. He was a figure from the ancient myths and legends on Earth where he lived in his past life. However, in some of the ancient myths and legends, the Jade Emperor did not seem to have any dermic powers. For example, in Journey to the West, the Jade Emperor did not make a move when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. However, Duan Lingtian had a feeling the Jade Emperor was more than just an embroidered pillow, since he was able to become the master of the Heavenly Court. Now that the Jade Emperor was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, it was clear he was stronger than Sun Wukong, the Heaven's equal Celestial Emperor. The man with 3 eyes behind the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven must be the famous 3-eyed Celestial Emperor, Yan Jian. Soon after, someone noticed the young man standing behind Yu Hao Tian. The young man had a cold expression on his face. He was dressed in silver armor, and his eyes were sharp. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows, making him look rather strange. Erlangshan Yang Jian. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He did not expect to meet the two legendary figures from his previous life's hometown, Earth. I wonder if Sun Wukong will come? Normally, he wouldn't come, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, a cry rang in the air. His eyes widened in shock. Look! It's Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan Heaven. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the voice. When he looked over again, he saw a tall and sturdy young monk dressed in a purple gold kasaya leading a few old monks in the air. The people around him addressed him as Tathagata. He's Tathagata? Is he Tathagata Buddha? Duan Lingtian was filled with questions. Soon after, someone answered his question. I heard Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan Heaven, used to be a powerful figure in the Jade Emperor Heaven. He was invited by the Tidal Temple to be the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan Heaven. I've heard about that as well. It's said he was invited to be the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple in the Xian Yuan Heaven because he's good friends with the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven. Chapter 3458. It's said that the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, Tathagata, the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven came from the same mundane realm. If that's true, then isn't the mundane realm there in two heaven-defying? Of course. It's one of the legendary mundane realms in the Devata realms. I think it's called the Yanhuang realm. Yanhuang realm. If there's a chance, I'll have to go and take a look. You can go and take a look, but don't cause any trouble. If you dare to make a move on Yanhuang realm like the Luo River Heaven's Emperor did, you'll definitely die. Although the discussions of the surrounding people were not loud, with Duan Lingtian's hearing, he could still hear them clearly. It was also because of this that he was completely certain. The Hall Master of the Xian Yuan Heaven Tidal Temple's branch, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor Tathagata, was the same Tathagata that he knew. Soon, the Heavenly Emperor of Xian Yuan arrived as well. It was obvious that the Jade Emperor Heaven's Emperor, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor Tathagata, and the Xian Yuan Heavenly Emperor had come together. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown up one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three of them gathered on the same floating island. Gong Sun Xian Yuan. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly fell on the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven. He was also looking forward to meeting this former opponent of his master, a legendary figure from the ancient myths and legends of his previous life on Earth. Now, he finally saw it. After the three Heavenly Emperors of the Jade Emperor Heaven arrived, more Heavenly Emperors arrived one after another. However, since the Heavenly Emperors ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking of Devata realms were present, the arrival of ordinary Heavenly Emperors did not attract much attention until another Heavenly Emperor ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking of Devata realms arrived. It's the Heavenly Emperor of the Wanshou Heaven, ranked 6th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, Di Huang. This Heavenly Emperor Di Huang is from the Qilin clan. He's a divine beast, the Chaos Qilin. Furthermore, he was born with the primal Chaos Divine Flame, one of the 5 divine elements. I've seen the man behind Heavenly Emperor Di Huang once. He's the patriarch of the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beast Heaven, Di Hong. The one who attracted everyone's attention was none other than the 10,000 Beast Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, the primal Chaos Qilin of the Qilin clan, Di Huang. Di Huang was ranked 6th on the Heavenly Monarch ranking. Moreover, he was one of the few people in the Devata realms who possessed the 5 divine elements. Even the gods in the realms of gods would be tempted by the 5 divine elements, let alone the people in the Devata realms. There were many people who were stronger than Di Huang in the Devata realms, but none of them dared to snatch the Chaos Divine Flame from her body. It was all because the Kirin clan had a supreme expert. Once something happened to Di Huang, that supreme expert would definitely intervene. It was said that there was a mark left behind by that supreme expert on Di Huang's body. No matter who it was that tried to kill Di Huang, that supreme expert would know. Because of this, even though Di Huang had the primal divine flame, one of the 5 divine elements, no one dared to snatch it from him because they were all afraid of the supreme expert from the Qilin clan behind him. Supreme beings were existences above the realms of gods. Even the most powerful gods would be killed with just a flick of his finger, let alone people from the Devata realms. No matter how powerful a titled celestial emperor was, even a 9-star god of war could be killed by a supreme expert with just a flick of his finger. The Chaos Kirin possesses the Chaos Divine Flame, one of the 5 divine elements. A hint of dread could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Di Huang. Fortunately, he had sealed his little world to conceal the aura of the 5 divine elements. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by Di Huang. Even if Di Huang could not snatch the 5 divine elements from Duan Lingtian, who knew if Di Huang would contact the supreme expert from the Qilin clan to snatch the 5 divine elements from Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian's master was strong, he would not be a match for the supreme expert if he made a move. Nobody knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment. If someone knew about it, they would definitely laugh their heads off. This was because it was common knowledge that a supreme powerhouse might protect a descendant that he valued or even the inheritance of his clan, but he would not care too much about other things. As long as the Qilin clan was not destroyed and a descendant of his or her clan was not killed, he would not care even if more people died. Take the Qilin clan for example. If Di Huang, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, died, the supreme expert from the Qilin clan would definitely intervene. However, if the patriarch of the Qilin clan was the only one who died, the supreme expert would not interfere. Naturally, even if the supreme expert did not interfere, Di Huang, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, would definitely interfere. Everyone was wary of Di Huang since it was highly likely that he would provoke the supreme expert. Although the supreme expert from the Qilin clan cared about Di Huang's safety, he would not interfere with Di Huang's growth, let alone help him snatch the 5 divine elements from others. After all, the supreme expert would not do such a thing. After all, the supreme experts were too powerful. Even if they had selfish motives, they still had a bottom line for some things. After the arrival of the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, there were also heavenly emperors who were ranked in the top 10 on the heavenly emperor ranking. Naturally, among the heavenly emperors who were ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly emperor ranking, the most eye-catching ones were the 2 heavenly emperors who were ranked first and second on the heavenly emperor ranking. Both of them were ranked higher than Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If the person ranked second on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms doesn't display his godlike strength, the legendary heavenly emperor from the solitary destructive heaven will replace him. That's right. Whether it's the second-ranked heavenly emperor or Feng Qingyang, both of them are suspected to have attained godhood. Now that heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang has shown his strength as a god, it's clear that he's a god. If the heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation can't prove that he's a god, he'll be replaced by heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. You're wrong. Even if the second-ranked heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation heaven proves his strength, he'll still be ranked third on the heavenly emperor ranking since he's ranked behind Feng Qingyang. There's only one way for him to return to the second-ranked heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation heaven, and that's to defeat Feng Qingyang. When Heaven Emperor Ji Fantian, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Monarch ranking, and Heaven Emperor Ji Fantian, who was ranked second on the Heavenly Monarch ranking, arrived, the atmosphere reached its climax. The Heavenly Emperor of the Great Desolation heaven was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a square face. He looked at Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and said with a smile, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, it seems like you'll replace me on the Heavenly Emperor ranking after today. Heavenly Emperor Kong, if you want the ranking, you can take it back at any time," Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile on his face. The eyes of the others lit up when they heard the conversation between the 2 heavenly emperors. Could it be that these 2 heavenly emperors were still preparing to have a world-shocking showdown? Haha. I don't really care. Kong Ji, the heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation heaven, laughed nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingyang meaningfully before he said, Heavenly Emperor Feng, I'm afraid the Tidal Temple is going to interfere with your promotion to the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven now that you've revealed your god-level cultivation base. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the hall masters of the Tidal Temple who were more powerful and had a higher status in the Tidal Temple. A mocking expression appeared on his face. Upon hearing Kong Ji's words, Feng Qingyang said nonchalantly, In that case, I'm looking forward to the powerhouses from the Tidal Temple coming to drag me down. The Tidal Temple did not allow a god to become the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. However, if they wanted to drag a god down, they would usually send a god-level powerhouse to compete with them. After that, the god-level powerhouse would become the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm. After that, the god-level powerhouse would step down and allow other titled celestial emperors to compete for the position. Naturally, the condition was that the god-level powerhouse sent by the Tidal Temple was stronger than the original heavenly emperor of the Devata realm who had already become a god. It seems like Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is very confident. I'll wait and see. Feng Qingyang's words stunned Kong Ji for a moment before he regained his senses. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there was a look of shock in the depths of Kong Ji's eyes. It was clear he did not expect Feng Qingyang or Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Many of the palace masters from the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms frowned as they looked at Feng Qingyang coldly. The legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had become a god not long ago, and yet he was so arrogant. It seemed like it was time to teach him a lesson. Amitabha. A sonorous voice rang in the air as Tathagata, the great sun celestial emperor, rose to his feet. He joined his palms together as he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, After the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses ends, I'll head to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to fight the wind heavenly emperor. Upon hearing Tathagata's words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Tathagata's words. Almost everyone present understood the meaning behind Tathagata's words. Palace Master Tathagata from the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xianyuan heaven has also become a god? It's obvious. Otherwise, where did Palace Master Tathagata get the courage to challenge the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavens! Another god-level powerhouse. Everyone was shocked. Ha! At this moment, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, who was ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking of the all heavens, laughed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and Tathagata. Gentlemen, please let me know when you're going to fight. I want to witness your battle. The heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven had been confirmed to have become a god several thousand years ago. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.